Prosimy o zajęcie miejsc. Początek za minutę. We will be starting in a minute. Please take your seats. We will start in 1 minute.
Kiedyś było prościej.
Once upon a time it was easier. System didn't tell us what we should eat. We ate what the nature gave us. We were healthier. The history of what happened when human and nature were a unity.
Pewnego dnia coś się jednak zmieniło. Zmęczeni i samotni poddaliśmy się regułom systemu, który karmi nas przetworzonym jedzeniem i iluzją szczęścia w pigułce. A powrót do normalności stał się nieosiągalnym celem.
We were free. Now we're lost. The system wins. And we fall. We in silence. In pain. We were strong. Now we're small. The system takes and we fall. We fall. We fade away. In silence. In pain.
Ta historia nie
This
musi mieć
history
takiego
doesn't
końca.
have to end like that.
Jako społeczność
As a society,
mamy
we
moc,
have
by ją
power to
zmienić.
change that.
Bo zdrowie
Because
zaczyna się
health
od
begins
wiedzy,
from
a
knowledge,
wiedza
and
to
our
świadomość,
knowledge is our
która
awareness,
rozpoczyna
which
drogę do
starts
wolności.
our path to
To jest
freedom.
twój
This
czas,
is your
bo
time
można
because you
pięknie
can
żyć.
have a beautiful life.
There is hope. We can rise. We are stronger. We survive.
Step by step, light will come. We are free.
There is hope. We can rise. We are stronger. We survive.
Wszystko na ziemi dzieje się
Everything
po coś.
on earth
Czasem
happens
trudno
for
w to
a reason.
uwierzyć,
Sometimes
ale to
it's
właśnie
difficult to believe,
najtrudniejsze doświadczenia
but the
kształtują nas
most
i
difficult
prowadzą do
experiences
pięknego
shape us
życia.
and lead us to a better
Cieszymy się,
life.
że
We're
dołączyłeś
really
do
happy that
niezależnie
you
myślącej
joined
społeczności.
people that think
Witamy
independently.
na Low-carb
Welcome to
Festival.
Low-carb Festival.
na Low-carb Festival!
Welcome, everyone.
Witamy na
Welcome on Low-carb Festival.
Wow. Słuchajcie,
Listen,
w naszym życiu
in our lives,
bardzo lubimy to powtarzać,
and
że
we like
wszystko
to
jest po
repeat
coś.
that everything is
Na
for a
początku
reason.
chcieliśmy
And at the
wam
beginning, we would like to
powiedzieć
tell you
przeprosić
and
oczywiście, ale przede
apologize
wszystkim powiedzieć, że
you,
wszystko jest
but
po
tell
coś.
you everything is
Po
for a
coś była ta
reason.
kolejka,
The
po coś tak
line
system.
was
Może
for
ktoś
a
z was
reason. The
poznał
system
osobę swojego życia
doesn't
właśnie w tej
work.
długiej kolejce.
Maybe you
Od
met
widzów jeszcze
your
raz wam za to
love,
przepraszamy
your
i
soulmate in
dziękujemy
this
za
long
cierpliwość.
line. Thank
Rozmawialiśmy
you for
sobie-
your patience. Thank you, and we are sorry. We were discussing that. We had a lot of time to talk about it, like you had, and that's true. We are lucky guys because we managed. Not only we're aware of that, of course. How did it happen that we gathered today 3,000 people, but these people are positive, happy,
Nie
great.
narzekające w kolejkach,
They
ale
never complain waiting in lines, and you think independently, and that's why we would like to thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for your patience.
oczywiście
Of course,
wyciągamy wnioski.
we drew some conclusions, and the time that was stressful for everyone waiting for you changed our agenda. It will be easier, quicker, and conference will be shortened because of that.
Wiesz, że przygotowaliśmy się do tego
We
wiele razy, ale
were
i tak nie wyjdzie.
reviewing this quite a lot. We rehearsed it, but I don't think it will be possible. This is our first meeting. Small conference happened some time ago. I don't even remember that conference. There were dozens of people, but I remember how stressed I was when I was standing in front of you. There were just dozens of people, and I lost my everything what I wanted to say. I didn't know what I wanted to say, but now we're standing here today, the biggest in the world meeting of low-carb community, and I'm not exaggerating. It was amazing, and I don't think I'm telling some secrets. I won't give any names, but I have to admit, yesterday we had a meeting. There were 220 people, for physicians, psychologists, dietitians, specialists that have daily contact with patients with metabolic diseases. And the meeting was a great success because there was no one who would leave inspired that the patients can be treated and we can retract metabolic diseases. But after the meeting, we asked each speaker to verify the slides, and that was amazing. I had two speakers, and I noticed a girl, and I was really happy because your commentary. Have you ever been on such a big event? No. They were discussing it, and there were wonderful speakers, prominent, globally known, and they never experienced something like that. And this is because of you. We were thinking for a long time how to begin this event, and we have to admit that many times for the last years, when we were not awakened physicians, we attended conferences sponsored by pharmaceutical companies. If this event was one of such meetings, then probably we would start like that. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to our updated and modern of art vaccines, the future is bright. You can do whatever you want, you can eat whatever you want, but then take a magic injection. If it's not going to help you, just take more pills or increase the dose. I remember when we were at the conference, at which 100% of speakers were workers of the companies sponsored by the conference. This is not going to happen today. But if you look around, you will see 3,000 sponsors of this big event, the biggest around the world event of low carb. So you guaranteed that the knowledge you are going to hear will be independent, not sponsored by the system. You guarantee it with your presence and your platinum sponsoring. And for that, we are really happy. We are appreciate it so much. Thank you. Thank you. And the truth is that this festival is not an ordinary meeting. It's not a conference with another advice. You have to eat less. You have to move more. We are dreaming, of course, that it's the beginning of change affecting all of us. We won't commonly lead to a situation where official guidelines start supporting health and won't be detrimental to health. We are doing it in a simple way by education, science, and independent thinking. That's why, especially today, we invited for you prominent speakers. We invited on the stage people, physicians, journalists, dietitians, and scientists, representatives of the best universities in the world, people who are not afraid to challenge the old paradigms and are brave enough to tell the truth. But if we are talking about truth and bravery, today for the first time in history, we will award these statues. Reverse pyramid, this is it. This is the award, because if you want to be metabolically healthy, we need to reverse nutrition pyramid. We have to invert it. This is going to be a symbol of courage, because of that, the world is going to change for better. Thank you for the round of applause. And to be clear, during this meeting, Low-carb Festival, you won't receive any recipe for magic pills or injections. We are sorry, and no sick leave for today. But we can promise you one thing, that you will get from us independent knowledge, and knowledge is awareness, because we repeat it all the time that health begins from knowledge. And that's it. This is only necessary to be metabolically healthy. We wish you fun and welcome to Low-carb Festival.
No dobrze,
Okay, now we would like to have a rest. We will talk faster because we don't have much time left. Call someone, tell your family that you will be 1 hour late today. And let's start from the first speaker. And the first speaker, we can say, we met her on accident in 2004 as the only representative of our country. We were invited to a very important close conference in Switzerland, and the conference was sponsored and created by the biggest in the world insurance companies. And you can ask a question, why insurance companies and low carb? Because they saw that low carb diet prolongs life. So if people live longer, they pay premiums longer. That's why they learned about the low carbs diet. They wanted to introduce systems in many different countries. That's good news. But one of the speakers When we heard Allison Hul, then we were speechless. It was an amazing speech, very substantive, and conducted in a way when it finished, we called her and asked Allison if she's going to come to Poland with the same great lecture. Allison is a physician, pediatric specialist, internist, and she is on low-carb lifestyle, and she recommends it to her patients. And yesterday, her lecture was very substantive, quite long, almost 2 hours. Of course, we are joking, but let's welcome Dr. Allison Hul.
Allison, the
Yes.
stage is yours.
Thank you. Wow, this is pretty incredible. And thank you guys so much for this opportunity. So I am a dual board practicing pediatrician and an adult internist. And I've been practicing for 16 years. And my first obsession early on in my practice was nutrition as a metabolic therapy. But what I quickly realized was the diet alone is not good enough. The struggle is in helping my patients adopt and sustain that diet. So my second obsession became the science of behavior change. And that's what I'm going to share with you guys here today is my passion and my practice to help my patients and you all master the science of behavior change. So we have 3 objectives today. Number 1 is we're going to ignite the necessary behavior change in ourselves to help our patients and the people we love to adopt nutrition as a metabolic therapy. Number 2, we're going to master the science of willpower plus a higher power so we can thrive in all domains in life. And 3, we're going to empower our adolescents to lead a metabolic health revolution for their generation and the generations to come. So objective number 1, the hardest one, overcoming the obstacle of behavior change. Show me a raise of hands who here has tried to change a behavior. Your diet, exercise, sleep. Let's start meditating. We know how hard these things are. And I realized that in my office and my time with my patients, that was not enough. I had to extend outward, create an avenue for my patients and people like you who are craving more to get more. So I created the R3 Institute, and we have 3 primary components. It is restoration, resiliency, and relationships. And why these 3 R's? First, us humans, we crave connection, purpose, and meaning. And in my office, I see so many times that people are trying to grab a hold of togetherness, but there's this void, there's this loneliness that so many people are experiencing in life. And what do we do as humans? We grab, right? We grab food, we grab alcohol, we grab social media, right, to satiate us. But that is fleeting. And my mission in R3 Institute, and my hope is that it will be a joint mission among all of us, is for us to be the conduit between hope and true fulfillment. So what are we seeking to restore? Well, first of all, what does it mean to restore? Restore means the restitution of something lost, to bring anew, a revival. And no matter where you are, if you feel emotionally lost, physically lost, nutritionally lost, there is hope. We're going to focus right now on nutritional restoration. And why should this be our focus? Because it is a pandemic of a metabolic crisis, not just in Poland, not just in the United States, but truly worldwide. And in the US, over 87% of adults have metabolic disease. Here in Poland, over 31% have metabolic syndrome, according to the Polish Archives of Internal Medicine. And in the United States, close to 50% of adults have prediabetes or diabetes. And here in Poland, it's over 50%. Guys, at the turn of the 20th century, it was less than 0.5% with these disease processes. And in our adolescents, 1 out of every 5 in the US are pre-diabetic. Let's talk about food addiction. Here in Poland, 14 to 23% of adults suffer from food addiction. In the United States, it's 14% adults, 15% children. Ultra-processed foods make up 36% of the foods within your homes. In the US, 67% of the foods our kids are eating are ultra-processed. And here in Poland, close to 25% of your children are overweight and obese for boys and 17% for girls. In the US, it's a sad 35%. So why strengthen resiliency? Because the research shows that when we are resilient, we are mentally healthier, physically healthier. The Life Adult study, looking at over 3,500 patients, found with resiliency, we suffer from less mental health disorders. Another study looking at adults, 4,500, ages 50 to 70, those who showed signs of resiliency had less hospitalizations, 25% to be exact. And the research by Mark Seary, the University of Buffalo, is trying to get the word out about the toughening theory, that it's not about avoiding hard things, but rather embracing them and growing through them. Relationships. Why focus on relationships? Because there was an 80-year study done at Harvard following a group of men, 2 groups of men, and what they found was relationships were the most important predictor of longevity. And Dr. Lisa Berkman said, in order for support to be health promoting, it must create a sense of belonging and intimacy. You guys, phones are great. Social media is great, but it is not enough. We must come together like we are here right now. And this behavior change begins with us. Whether you are a physician, a parent, a teacher, or just someone who has friends that need some support, it starts with us. And when we root it in a very meaningful purpose, it's pretty amazing what transpires. And I'm going to encourage you to be vulnerable. It's not about being perfect, not at all. But it is about leading by example, even in our imperfections. So counsel your patients or counsel the people you love to find a deeply rooted reason why. And I encourage motivational interviewing techniques where you keep peeling back the why until there is no why left. For example, when someone says, I want to change my diet because I want to lose weight. That is not enough. Okay, so tell me why you want to lose weight. Okay, well, I would like to feel a little bit more confident. Okay, well, why would you like to feel more confident? Well, I would really like to lead a better example for my family. Why do you want to lead a better example for your family? Because I love my family more than life itself. That's what we need to get to. We ask why until there is no why left. Viktor Frankl, those who have a why to live can bear with almost any how. Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist, Holocaust survivor, wrote one of the most life-changing books for me, Man's Search for Meaning. We as humans, when we have a deeply rooted reason why, can bear just about anything. So why do we see so much metabolic disease today? I feel very strongly it's because there's this radical evolutionary discordance between our environment and our biology. Us Homo sapiens, for 300,000 years, the majority of our time on planet Earth, we were hunters and gatherers, maybe farmers. But welcome the Industrial Revolution of 225 years ago and the ultra-processed foods that we are now living with. And phenotypically, when our biology mismatches our environment, it presents as disease. Secondly, dopamine dyshomeostasis. Our species, for thousands of years, we had to work very hard to receive dopamine. But now this inundation of food and alcohol and shopping and pornography and social media, it's just this constant dopamine. And when we have reward without payment, that's going to downregulate our dopamine receptors, leaving us craving more. And that leads us to this loss of purpose, faith, and fulfillment. You guys, we may have genetic predispositions to addictions, but all of us are at risk given the biology of dopamine. And I ask in my protocol, take an inventory. Is there something in your life that you crave, you feel compulsion for, that you feel a lack of control, and you engage in despite the consequences? And do you find yourself needing more and feeling irritable when you don't have it? This, my friends, is why we welcome purpose and faith. This is what we should be craving. Purpose gives life meaning. Faith fuels the belief that your purpose matters. Together, they create resilience and drive action. Purpose alone is not enough, and faith without purpose will create stagnation. Purpose gives faith something to anchor onto, turning belief into action. So why seek fulfillment rather than happiness? Fulfillment is enduring and usually requires some sacrifice on our own accord. Happiness is fleeting and usually secondary to some type of tangible gain. And you can experience fulfillment without a need of a certain circumstance, and it's not contingent upon certain conditions like happiness. But why seek spiritual fulfillment? In a spiritual sense, fulfillment refers to a deep sense of meaning, living in alignment with your values, connecting to a greater, higher power, and contributing to something greater than ourselves. And so as a physician, of course, I always need to be assessing my patients and assessing, are we improving? And we look at things like labs and certainly numbers on a scale. Well, guess what? In my protocol, I look to see, can we make change in purpose and faith and fulfillment? And I utilize these validated screening tools, pre and post, to see the changes that take place. And then if we grow in grit, if we become more stress resilient, if we connect spiritually, will that lead to better biometric outcomes? Absolutely. So at the core of behavior change lives purpose and faith leading to fulfillment. So let's move to objective number 2. Master the science of willpower plus a higher power. Now, show me a raise of hands of who believes willpower is an unlimited resource. Oh, I better see some hands up. Okay, so if you ask Baumeister, a researcher, he will say willpower is a limited resource. And in fact, we need glucose in order to sustain hard things. Well, Carol Dweck came back and she said, whoa. Willpower is only a limited resource if we believe it is a limited resource. So I am going to welcome to the stage the superstar of willpower, the anterior mid cingulate cortex. From now on, I'm going to refer to it as the AMCC. And when I learned about the AMCC, I was just so excited because I was like, this is amazing. I have something to teach my patients, really concrete. And there's so much science behind this. The AMCC is the hub, the epicenter of our brain in which willpower is created. And it engages anytime we are determining the need, the cost, and the reward of a behavior. And I show you this picture because I want you to envision your own AMCC. There's one on either side of the brain. It sits about 1/3 of the way back of the frontal lobe and right above what's called the corpus callosum. But picture this in your own brain because we're going to be picturing this growing and thriving. Lisa Feldman Barrett, she wrote a paper called The Tenacious Brain, which I really encourage you all to read, and she said this: we will argue that this uniquely connected position allows the AMCC to weigh predicted energy requirements against predicted rewards and allocate physiological and attentional resources to achieve the goals. The AMCC says, get up and move. Its location is such that it allows all these convergences of multiple brain structures and anatomy, and that's been studied through diffusion-weighted tractography to see this convergence to say, we got to move, get off the couch. The AMCC says, I like this, let's keep going. So the research shows that the AMCC houses terminals receiving dopamine, serotonin, norepinephrine, so it plays a very important role in motivation. The AMCC says, pay attention to this. This is important. So in functional MRI, we see that there's so much metabolic activity in the AMCC when we are focusing on something important. And then the AMCC says, I can do this. I can persevere. Neurosurgeons were electrically stimulating the AMCC in patients who were awake, and the patient would say, in that moment, I feel this great sense of urge that I have to go and do something and go and enter into the storm. Now, one of the primary roles of the AMCC is something called allostasis. This is when the AMCCs, do I have the energy to do what I need to do? Can I afford in this behavior? And guys, this is where I feel like we have the most opportunity. All the time in my office, I have patients who are thriving and doing amazing in their professions, or they're doing amazing as a parent, and they say, I just don't have the time. I don't have the bandwidth to focus on my health. Well, that's because we are not giving the behaviors the reward that it needs. And when we're engaging in bringing a healthy lunch to work, or if we're engaging in the exercise, we have to be thinking about the reward we're getting every moment. Because if I hate eating healthy and if I hate exercising, my AMCC is going to say, okay, there is no point to this. This is horrible. Let's not commit the energy to put into this. This, my friends, is where the rewards must outweigh the resources, and where the rewards cannot be contingent just by a number on the scale. So if we're going to train our AMCC to crave that reward that will allocate the resources, this is where that why must come to the forefront. Tasks and behaviors must be rewarding. Now, I understand that eating healthy food may not be naturally rewarding to you. So that's when we have to utilize immediate extrinsic reward mechanisms to bridge the gap into intrinsic reward, where we simply eat the healthy food because we feel better doing so. And that's where I coach motivational navigation, understanding that if I am not intrinsically motivated to do this, I have to be strategic and use immediate extrinsic rewards, such as data, right? Counting my steps, looking at my Oura ring. I need sometimes tangible secondary gains are going to be more of that praise and acclamation. But we need to be strategic and utilizing these extrinsic rewards to bridge the gap to intrinsic motivation. But before we allocate our resources and determine our rewards, the next question is, do we have a growth mindset or a fixed mindset? And this is the research, once again, by Carolyn Dweck. And she says, the view you adopt for yourself profoundly affects the way you lead your life. So how do we grow this AMCC? The research shows by doing small, hard things to create the bigger, harder things. And this one particular study by Cole Cum and colleagues, they had two groups of patients, 60 to 79 years of age. And the first group, they were asked to do Tai Chi. The other group, they were asked to engage in Zone 3 aerobic exercise, 60 minutes, 3 days a week for 6 months. And those who were engaging in the harder aerobic exercise on functional MRI, they saw growth of the AMCC. Now, I was sharing this information with my patients, and I was so excited. And my patient, Patty, said, Dr. Hul, this is great, but I'm going to tell you, willpower alone is not enough. See, Patty is a recovering addict, an alcoholic of 30 years. And she said, never could I be sober with willpower alone. I had to rely on a higher power and surrender. And I took her information and I really started ruminating on it and contemplating it. And this made me think about my father, who's a 35-year recovering alcoholic, and seeing how faith and his surrender to a higher power has helped him for 35 years in his recovery. And I said, faith. Can faith grow the AMCC and make the impossible possible? So then I started looking at the research about spirituality and health outcomes. And there's a ton of research. This 2020 study of 595 college-age students, they looked at spirituality practices and well-being and health behavior. Another study looking at 46 individuals ages 46 to 64 found a dynamic interplay between spirituality and the ability to overcome health adversity. And then I started looking at the research of Dr. David Destano. He's at the Northeastern University, and he is a psychologist looking at the research about faith practices and how it changes behavior and brain function. And in the research, it shows that when we are faced with a difficult decision, and if one group prays for that difficult decision and the other does not, that it actually changes the activity of the anterior cingulate cortex and mitigates anxiety. The research on prayer says it activates the vagus nerve, it improves heart rate variability, and it diminishes cortisol. And then the Nurses' Health Study, looking at over 70,000 women, found a correlation that those who attended religious practices once or more a week, compared to those who didn't, had 33% reduction in all-cause mortality. If there was a drug that created 33% reduction in all-cause mortality, it would be on every billboard. And then I looked at Ann Lemke. She's the chief of Stanford Addiction Medicine, and she says this, seems to me almost a miracle in my clinical practice when I get people who have been in severe addiction for decades who somehow find it within themselves, either through logical reasoning or some spiritual surrender or some combination, to actually get into recovery. So I took this information and I said, okay, we're going to create a framework. And this is the framework to flex and grow your AMCC. We're going to start with your why. We're going to choose our growth mindset. We're going to seek a higher power. We're going to determine our rewards. We're going to envision the process and the triumphs. And we're going to engage in those hard things and then be joyful when we're done and then circle back to our why. And guys, when we set these hard micro goals, they have to be sustainable, obtainable, meaningful. And it's really important to seek reward rather than avoid punishment. and create an inner dialogue of control. I can do this. I want to do this. And I encourage you to write down these micro hard things you're going to do. You declare them, you write them down, you envision them, and then you work them over the 4 to 6 weeks. And then the micro hard things are going to help you do the macro very hard things. And it's so important that we identify with our why. We say, I do hard things. I am healthy. I am faithful. Because when we create that identity, our behaviors follow suit to achieve that. And we must foster relationships through belonging. The research by Angela Duckworth and Sebastian Junger show when we want to create new behaviors, if the reason is for a connection beyond ourselves, that's when we're unstoppable. And so I encourage all of you, whether you're a physician, a parent, a friend, create your tribe, right? Lead people. Do things in person. Social media is great. This is a picture of me and my patients. We go on regular walks. We do potluck dinners. We even do yoga. And that's how I see the most effective change, is when we do it together. And my last objective is this: empower our adolescents. If we ignite the same purpose in our adolescents and we model that behavior, we strengthen autonomy, we create stress resiliency through self-compassion, and we build their self-agency and encourage them to connect once again, in person, off the phone, it's pretty amazing. And yes, for my adolescents, I kind of have to help coach them to find this purpose in a different way. So I say, okay guys, passion plus identity creates purpose. I love plus I am yields purpose. And so my patients going through the programming, 2 examples. I love art and I'm very creative. My purpose is to create beauty in the world. And then I had John who said, I love strength training and I love leading my friends. My purpose is to lead my friends to be healthy. You guys, when we ignite purpose, we create a revolution. And in our kids, this is a proclamation. It gives a sense of power, peace, pride, perspective, and an avenue for perseverance. So this was my first group of adolescents in doing my programming, and I will say this: we're never going to be ready. Just start where you are with what you have and seek for a purpose beyond yourself and reach for a power higher than yourself, and you will make the impossible possible. So hopefully we have ignited some behavior change. We have mastered the science of willpower plus a higher power, and we have the building blocks to empower our adolescents to lead a metabolic health revolution. And I will end with this. The vision of the R3 Institute is ignite the purpose of one to light the way of many. You are the one to change the many. Thank you.
Dziękujemy, Allison. Allison, wait for
Thank
us,
you, Allison.
wait for us,
Allison Hul, thank you.
Allison.
Allison, wait a second.
Wait for us, wait for us. It was,
Thank you very much.
It was very good and fast lecture.
And
What
Allison,
happened? What happened?
I'm sorry.
No, it was good. It was good. We have something for you.
We've got gift for you to remember this trip to Poland
Oh,
from our society.
And we have one more thing. Every one of you pro-legends will have to throw this meat. This is pig, so this is meat.
I
Now,
can help it with you if you want.
all you have to do is to just throw this meat to the audience. Go, 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 go.
Wait.
Whoa!
oh, that was really bad. Sorry.
Yeah, we have it.
Bravo.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Do you want me to take that?
This is yours.
Yes,
please.
thank you. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Dziękujemy bardzo
Thank you, Allison.
nie przedłużajmy, Łukasz, bo już Na początku jedną karteczkę zawsze.
Let's start another speaker.
Także lećmy do
Let's
następnego
not
prelegenta.
prolong. A
Na
next
scenie właśnie
speaker
pojawiają się krzesła, ale to
is
dlatego,
going to be in a
że
second. We are having now chairs on the stage because it's going to be a discussion, an interview actually with a wonderful person. Yesterday we conducted an interview, an expert in tipping method, a psychotherapist that help us with situations that have no
jak ja trafiłem na
solution.
metodę tippinga, to przyznam szczerze,
When this method changed my life in a radical way. Tipping method changed it completely. That's why I think that we still don't know enough about the method. That's why we invited Magdalena Czaja, a chief and founder of the Institute of
powitajmy brawami
Method.
Magdalena Czaja!
Magdalena Czaja, please welcome her with a round of applause.
Dawajcie brawa dla Magdaleny! Brawo, 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 brawo!
Round of applause for Magdalena.
Ale fajnie, że się widzimy dzisiaj znowu.
Great to see you
Dawaj,
again.
Magdalena,
Please
zapraszamy cię
sit
tutaj
down.
na krzesełka. My sobie też siądziemy, bo
We are going to sit down
kazałaś
as
nam
well
tutaj dzisiaj z tobą siedzieć, więc
because
będziemy siedzieć
you
i
told us to
odpoczywać.
sit down. We are going to rest but we know from yesterday that 99.9% of attendees listening to you left this interview changed. How do you do it? What's that?
Masz jeden slajd tylko. Masz jeden.
You're not going to change your slides, so we can do it for you. How do I do it? It's about the method, and my life was changed because of this method. It changed lives of thousands of people. I'm thinking maybe we have to have total forgiveness or radical forgiveness because of you being late. I need a moment. I'm quite emotional right now. 7 years ago, I was asked by Colin Tipping if I will take over his mission of spreading this in Poland and around the world, sharing his mission. I wouldn't even imagine that one day I would be sitting in front of 3,000 aware people to talk about his method. And now I'm feeling very emotional. Thank you for that. Thank you for being here with me. Allison referred to the higher force. Great that I am here before all these elements of good health and good diet. I have now 20 minutes with you. Open yourself to what I'm going to tell you is the truth. Maybe that's the reality I'm going to describe. The difference between being ready, the faith, and openness. Openness is a decision. Whatever. I will experiment. I will open myself to what she's saying. Can we have a deal? Yes, of course. Listen, the tipping method, calling tipping, created that. Calling tipping was a hypnotherapist working with dying people in hospices. And he noticed that people who managed to forgive before they died in a different way. They died being calm, they were agreed to their fate, and they were reaching to people in their lives they fought with, they had problem with, to forgive. It's a philosophy. It's not a method that, okay, I will take out the book, calculate something, and then I will live my own life. No, this is what you absorb. You live this method. I will tell you stories of my life as well, but the basic assumptions. First of all, nothing happens to us but for us. Secondly, I am a spiritual being experiencing human faith. I can see you well, so can I ask you, do you believe that you are more than the body, spirit, energy? Beautiful, beautiful to be in such a wonderful group of people. The tipping method also says that each difficult situation in life is an occasion to grow. It's an occasion to heal something from the past, and it's a gift. The method also says that forgiveness is our decision. And, you know, many times I meet people saying, I don't want to forgive. I remember I was invited to a morning show. I was really happy and I thought, wow, morning show invited me and they want to discuss forgiveness. But just before I was live, the presenter said something like that. I don't want to forgive my father. Let him suffer. And then I realized that people who don't want to forgive, they think that they will, in a way, punish this person. But we forgive for ourselves. We want to get rid of the burden of hate, anger, unfairness, frustration. And I really like the saying, what you're looking for is looking for you. People really tell me stories of forgiveness, their own stories. And before entering this stage, I talked to one person from the service saying that their DDA, alcoholism in this person's house was so strong that now they can smell a drunk person from the distance. And as a child, this guy promised himself that he will beat his father. And he did it. Together with his brother, they had their revenge. And then he, 30 years later, lived with this hatred and angriness, and then realized, okay, I want to forgive my father. Because of my father, I am alive. Because of him, I am who I am now. And I told him, listen, do you visit your father? Yes. Because of him and because of your decision to forgive, your children have a grandfather. So what I want to tell you is that forgiveness is a decision. And you need to be brave enough to do so. Many people, they don't understand forgiveness. They mix it with being a coward, being weak, mainly men. How should I forgive? They say, I want to beat this person, not to forgive. You do it for yourself. This is important. And one more important method in the tipping method, you forgive and you go to the court, metaphorically speaking. I forgive to feel better, to leave this in the past. But if this case needs to be in the court because someone, for example, gets divorced and they are treated badly by the partner. So I work with them like that. We are in the place where they can look differently at their experiences because the pink method allows us to look differently at difficult situations from our life. It allows us to discover that in this event there was something important. Do you have an expression that generally when it was happening it was the worst thing in your life, and now you learned that because of the event you can keep your limits and you're in a better place? Why is it difficult? Why forgiveness is difficult? Generally speaking, in a traditional way of forgiveness, we feel that we are a victim, but we say, I forgive you. This is bullshit, because until we realize that this was something actually for us, that because of that we get something from life, we discovered our wound that we need to treat. Only when we look differently at that, then we have possibility to to stop being a victim anymore. The world needs forgiveness. I know why calling tipping is not speaking wasn't so popular then. The world wasn't ready for him and his method. That's why I'm emotional right now, because I know you are ready. And I like thinking when I have such meetings that when I reach at least one person, and if one person leaves this room in a way changed, then my mission is finalized. The tipping method has very simple tools. That's why we have in our institute people who want to learn them, but they also come to our institute to teach others. We have psychotherapy, psychologists, coaches. They say, I'm tired. I work with my clients and there are no results. Give me simple tools, and I give them the tools. Each tool of the tipping method leads you through 5 processes. The first is to tell the story. Do you know how many people for the first time during the, for example, psychotherapy course, they tell a very difficult story and they say, I've never told anyone about it because I was afraid of being criticized. I would be afraid that I would be given advice, but we just need empathy. Then we have to feel our feelings. That's not true, that the tipping method allows you not to feel any emotions. That's the spiritual bypass. That's not about that. To free your emotions, you have to allow yourselves to feel them. And I want to teach you something at the moment. I promised myself that each speech, if it's going even to be for 2 minutes, should leave people with some tool. For example, if you have a situation in your life that is difficult and you feel difficult emotions, find a moment to identify in the body, this emotion in the body, put the hand on the body, on this body part, and name the emotion. I read studies that when we are in difficult emotions, in the brain areas are activated that are. And if we are allowed to name them, breathe in, breathe out, and one more element, if we tell ourselves, I have the right to be angry, I have the right to be without hope, to be frustrated, to be pointless. And I hear from many people. Do you know why it's important to say something like that, that you have right to feel these emotions? Because many of you, when you were children, when I was a child, parents told us, you shouldn't be angry, go back to your room. What did you say to your mommy? I remember my son was 5 and he said, I did something what he didn't like. He said, Mommy, I don't like you. And my mother witnessed that, said, Maksiu, you shouldn't say something like that to your mother. Your mother is the best in the world. And I told my mother, let him feel these emotions. And, you know, it's okay that he communicates his emotions. He's doing that until now. But you need to feel good. You need to feel emotions. It's not true that you are bad people because you feel hatred. This is the part of your experience. Another element of the tipping method is to forget about your old interpretations. This is a point in which you're trying to look at this difficult situation or experience from the perspective that that was something for you, that was your gift, an occasion to grow. You've learned something because of that. You know more about your convictions, and then spiritual perspective. In the tipping method, we believe that we are a spiritual being, but we also have higher spirit elements. I really like the thought that we choose our own experiences and we choose our soul. During many meetings, I'm thinking, okay, maybe one day we agreed on that meeting. Maybe I should be a person who will move someone and will activate you to forgive. I live with this method. This is my life. And if you think that because of that, I am perfect and I don't feel bad emotions. I think I have much work than you do. Of course, I was doing this method because I had problem with forgiving others. But I want to tell you a story that is a proof that this is my life. This is the way I live. We were asked to conduct the ceremony of forgiveness in the circle in the prison for women in Warsaw. And I agreed on that. I didn't know what's going to be. I didn't know who's going to be there. We were informed that these women can be aggressive. So, to be honest, I was stressed. And a person should take a photographer. He had to play the music. His presence was very important there. And imagine that he called me in the morning saying, listen, I'm sick and I'm lying down, I cannot move. I was, stressed. And when he called me, I was totally frustrated. My emotions were over the roof and I cried. What I did then, I reached for the tipping method, 4-step tool. And I visualized what I created. So we are playing with the thought that everything what is happening in our life is our own work. And this is beautiful. This method teaches you to take responsibility. I created a situation, I don't really know why, in which he got sick and he will be absent. I am angry, frustrated, disappointed. And the third step of 4 steps is that I see the situation in a different way. What can I get from that? What is the gift from this situation? And you know what came to my mind? And maybe he shouldn't be there. That would be the only man in this group. I'm going to the prison for women. And I thought, okay, so I will open to this situation. I will open myself to the fact that that's the best for me. I had only one thought. If I'm going there even for one woman, it makes sense. And I went to the prison, and after this ceremony, a woman approached me that killed a child. She was sitting in this jail for killing a child. And she approached me, and you know what they said? She said, if you came here only for one person, that was me. So if you learn the tools, if you live this philosophy of the tipping, you will be different people. You will see how your environment changes. I compare it in the podcast of Radical Forgiveness that I believe that when we forgive, when we start looking differently at what happened in the past, it's like you would throw a stone in the water, and there are circles on the water that touch all the people who are around you. Does it mean that other people will change? No. Sometimes you have to leave the person. I remember a lady called me asking me, listen, I would like to forgive my mother, but you know what? Would it mean that I have to call her? Would it mean that I have to see her? No. Remember, you do it for yourself. But what would happen later? I would encourage you to be open. You never know what will happen. Magda, tell us, because usually there is a situation in our life that encourages us to look for new paths to deal with situations. So I think that you started to look for some solutions. And what was the situation in you? You know, when you have good life, you don't want to change anything. My life wasn't perfect, and my metaphor was that we are sitting on the boat, but you know, we are just sitting there. It's not comfortable, but our higher self, spirit or energy is smarter than we are. And sometimes this boat is pricking our jeans or our trousers, and that was the moment. There was a crisis in my relationship. I was so shocked what happened that it wasn't the person treated me in a way that I wouldn't expect, and I started to look for help. I wanted to understand that. And I reached for the book Radical forgiveness. I don't want to call it enlightenment, but it was like that a bit. I read the book. I read it at one night. I created the radical forgiveness sheet. You can find it on our website. This sheet of radical forgiveness, and this book showed me that I wasn't a victim. That this person showed me my wound that I carried my whole life, and I was treating it very well. This wound was associated with my early childhood experiences. I think that I was 1 year old. My parents left me in a hospital for 1 month because I had chronic pneumonia. When I was 2 years old, I was left alone for 6 months in the sanatorium. My parents were not allowed to be with me. To save me, they hoped they would save me. To save me and them pain, they visited me once a month, and they were about to leave. They told me, Madzia, show us this painting, and they disappeared when I came back. They weren't there. So what was I thinking about the life? Because children need to adapt. And children interpret what's happening in their lives, sometimes to their detriment. And I discovered that from that time I carry the wound, and I'm not lovable. People who love me will suddenly disappear. That's what I thought. So my heart was closed. I wasn't able to be open to love. I wasn't be able to love anyone. That's what I think. And this person, he pricked the wound, he put salt on the wound, so I needed to confront that. And the tipping method is helped me, because then I went to the course. Irek Rudnicki was conducting the course, and I did the course to be a trainer in this method, to be a coach in this method. I never thought that it will ever happen, because I worked in PR for 20 years. Should I finish? I don't have much more time, so please, the last sentence. So, the last sentence. I have so many stories to tell you, and I feel with you so great. You're all my own, from my own heart. But I have a gift for you. The 4 steps I talked about are available as ebook. Please take the photo right now. Now I feel like a rock star. Everyone is taking a photo. That's because we are on stage. They are taking photo of us. Okay, download this ebook. Listen to the podcast if you really want, because I tell a lot about my life, about my stories in this podcast. I'm really honored to be with you, and I hope that at least one person took something out of my story and my experience, and I hope your life will be changed because of that. Thank you, Magda. Just don't run. We have a gift for you, a small gift. This is a word for you. Please, throw the meat. Exercise. Do you want meat? Please. Wave to Magda, then she will see you, and throw the meat, Magda. Okay, well done.
Dziękujemy i odpocznij sobie.
Have some rest, and we're moving on.
Następny prelegent.
Our next speaker. Well, how to start? Not to say, well, to say enough about him. Damian came to our life quite by accident, I would say. We helped fate in this case. At some point, algorithms of Facebook showed me an article, scientific article, that I started reading. And it turned out, it is written and created by Polish scientists, and I have identified with every sentence of every statement that was there.
Współpracę z głównym naukowcem.
And then I thought that it would be nice to speak with the main researcher that wrote this article. So I created a plan to share that article on our social media with the hope that, well, the main scientist will see it and then writing him an email. Damian, the next speaker, he replied to that email, and on the next day we planned an article together published in an international journal, in an international group of scientists as well. So from the moment we met Damian, we are leaders in publications in terms of low-carb diet, and we're starting right now the first clinical trial in Poland. So, without further ado, let me present Damian Dyńka. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Brawo, brawo, brawo! Fajnie, że jesteś, Damian, nie będziemy przedłużać.
Great to have you here. Not to take too long, Damian, the stage is yours.
Brawo, brawo!
Hello, and thank you for the great introduction. Let me get to the topic. Would you say that well, losing weight would always have to be a torture, counting calories and so on? What if I told you that there is a model that would limit these difficulties drastically, and you will feel during losing weight, you will feel less hunger than before. For the first time in history, the number of obese people has exceeded a billion. Quite a lot, right? It's difficult to imagine. So it's 26 times the population of Poland. To give you a nice perspective.
Natomiast otyłość to nie wszystko, bo to są
Obesity is not
statystyki dotyczące
everything,
otyłości.
because this is only about
Nie każdy z
obesity.
nadmierną masą ciała
Not
ma od razu
everyone
otyłość,
with
jest przedstawił pośrednie
increased body weight would be considered obese, because there are people who are overweight as well. So if you combine that, overweight and obese people comprise of 3 billion people, almost half of the population of living on our earth. And here you can see the percentage of obese people in a given country. So BMI over 30. So you might ask a question, what about Poland? It's not best. Polish children are getting fat the fastest in all Europe. In the last 20 years, the number of overweight children in Poland has tripled. In terms of adults, 9 million obese adults in Poland. Only obese. So, why is that? What are the reasons for being obese? Some people would say that it's excess calorie, excess calorie intake. It's like, it's warm because the temperature has risen, but we need to ask why. What led you to eating too much, to eating too many calories? There need to be certain factors that would lead to the fact that we will eat excess calories. For example, psychological, emotional factors, stress. A psychologist can help you sometimes better than a dietitian or nutritionist. Other things would be environment, and I'm not talking about nature, but aggressive marketing, ads on in online, adverts, everything that will force you to eat ultra-processed food, so that will make you food addicted. And the entire life of such unhealthy habits will then lead to hormonal disorders. Then, again, that would lead to increased obesity perspective. So it's a vicious circle, actually. Another reason would be low level of physical activity and also genetic factors. There is an interesting study from 25 years ago on 12 twins couples. They got exactly the same calorie intake, and they did not lose weight. They did not gain weight in the same time. There were differences between 3 to 10 kilos even, and then the differences between the twins in the couple were not statistically significant. So, what can we read about addictive food? The food industry designs highly processed food to more strongly stimulate the reward system and then targets susceptible groups. Then the food industry is following the path set by the tobacco industry, reducing its responsibility for rising rates of diet-related diseases. And highly processed foods are associated with behavioral indicators of addiction. So one might ask a question, well, food addiction, is it really common? Who heard about it? And then there is a study from this year that indicated, and this is in Polish population, that showed that 23% of Poles have clinically significant symptoms of food addiction and paroxysmal overeating. And then people who drink alcohol excessively, 11%. And Poles who smoke cigarettes every day, it's almost 30%. So it is an addiction. So what is the result of the ultra-processed food? Well, it will induce the so-called homeostatic hunger. There are two kinds of hunger, actually, homeostatic and hedonic hunger. Sorry, correction. Ultra-processed food instigates the hedonic hunger. So homeostatic hunger is the goal is to obtain energy. Hedonic hunger, we eat for pleasure, regardless of the actual energy needs. That might be familiar to some of you. It happens when you don't think that, well, you will eat this dinner till the end, but then there is a package of cookies that you will have no problems with eating. Here, daily supply of calories per person changing from 1961 to today. So we're starting from over 2,000 calories. And it's going up. And here, we're reaching over to almost 3,000 calories. So in other words, that is growing exponentially. And then the calories consumed do not equal calories used. Please remember, and I will give you a simple example, fiber. More fiber, more calories are lost with stool. With 20 grams of fiber, you lost 7% of calorie. With fecal excretion, and with 50 grams of fiber, you lost 13% of calories with fecal excretion. And the same can be repeated with some other things. So calories used not the same as calories consumed. Another example, nuts. Here, almonds, to be more precise. If you eat 100 grams of almonds, you will provide 80 grams only, because 20% of the calories are not absorbed. Another example is type 1 diabetes. You don't produce insulin, so not all of the glucose is going to be absorbed. Even if you eat 2,000 calories, no, it won't be used. Why do I talk about it? About this homeostatic hunger or hedonic hunger and the vicious circle? Because along with the brothers and the majority of today's speakers are participants in this article, the comparison the influence on ketogenic diets and body weight loss. We were even included on the cover of this issue, of this journal. In the study, we showed different mechanisms of action of the ketogenic diet. Here I will just give you the essence. The article is in open access, so you may read the entire article. The first factor in which the low ketogenic diet is better than other diets is reduction of appetite or regulation of appetite. To compare with others, well, you need to keep with high carb diet, you need to keep the calorie deficit. You need to calculate it first and foremost, count calories. So then you will get slimmer, of course. But then, when hunger happens, ghrelin increases. You start thinking about food. Then, once you do that, there's a better chance that you will start eating things. And then, when you start snacking, well, that's probably ultra-processed foods. If you feel like eating, something between the means, especially if you're food addicted, then usually you won't choose meat or eggs, but eat something quick, a sweet, a snack. And then you lose the calorie deficit. So even if you were on the great calorie deficit for 6 days straight, then on the 7th day you lose everything, and then you would weigh more after that. Because there's more glycogen in you, there's more water in you. And then in the low-carb diet, in majority of diets, you don't need to count calories if you just want to lose weight. I'm not talking about sports people, weightlifters, but a regular average person that wants to lose weight, that doesn't want to count calories, put everything in the app, and so on and so forth. I think then it's worth to keep the carbs low and note the proteins. The amount of fat is not that important because in the keto diet, the appetite is regulated. You feel satiated and you don't feel hungry so much. If you don't feel hungry, you won't snack, of course. If you don't snack, then the calorie deficit would be intuitive process. That is why it's so easy to lose weight on the keto diet. So, high processed food. Hunger is really high. And it keeps at a relatively high level. And then if you introduce ketogenic diet, the hunger decreases and it gets kept at a low level. But then, back to carbohydrates, the hunger increases, even sometimes higher than you started it before this diet, and it is showed in the studies. The clinical benefit of the ketogenic diet is the stop in being hungry. The next mechanism is rapid initial weight loss.
It's due to the fact that we lost glycogen and water and fat, but we lose fat on many other diets as well. So what's in our bowel is also excreted. So I think if we limit carbohydrates, we have depletion of glycogen, and this is the storage of the glucose. If we don't eat glucose, the organism eats the glucose stored, and then all these resources are finished. But then we have 3-4 grams of water for each gram of glycogen. So that we lose several pounds in a few first days. At the same time, we have a decrease in insulin concentration. We don't eat glucose, so we don't eat insulin so much. But insulin is responsible for sodium reabsorption. So sodium keeps water in our organism. Probably you heard that. Here we have low insulin, so the sodium won't absorb the water so much. We have increased diuresis and we pee more often. How to lose 5 kilograms in a week? A man who is bodylifting, strength training, he can reduce 750 grams from glycogen, 4 times a week, 3 kilograms from water, and then we have quite a lot of sum here, 5 kilograms, because 1 kilogram is body fat. Stabilization of glycemia and insulinemia. Hunger and satiety signals are correlated on fluctuations in glucose levels. Postprandial drops in glucose levels are common. Leads to increased hunger and energy intake. If we feel hungry, then there is a risk that we will snack, eat something. And this happens on high-carb diets, much more often than in keto diets, because glucose doesn't spike in keto diet. You see on the left comparison, stabilization of glycemia, and on the right, stabilization of insulin. This figure is from our publication.
Tutaj w ciekawym
And what is here? This
badaniu
is an
porównywano
interesting
dietę ograniczoną kalorycznie z
study.
wytycznymi amerykańskiego towarzystwa
Medium carbohydrate, low fat diet, calorie restricted compared to keto diet without calorie restriction. So you see the difference. 2.7, 5.5. Fasting insulin was also lowered very significantly. This is interesting randomized clinical study in which authors showed insulin spike and glucose spike after keto meal compared to Mediterranean diet. At the top you have insulin level, at the bottom you have glucose level.
Na niebiesko po posiłku ketogennym.
Keto is
Zobaczcie,
in
jaki
blue.
to jest paradoks. To,
Look,
co na pomarańczowo, to jest posiłek diety,
orange
która jest
is
cukrzycy zalecana,
the
a to na
diet
niebiesko jest
recommended
posiłek
in
diety, która jest
diabetes,
cukrzycy
and blue
niezaliczona. Niezalecana.
axis is a diet that is not recommended in
Kolejne
diabetic
działanie to jest działanie
patients.
przeciwzapalne.
And
To jest
then anti-inflammatory
główne właściwie
activity.
działanie
That's
diety
the main
ketogennej,
activity of keto
bardzo dobrze
diet,
poznane i wynika to z
well
wielu obszarów
known
jej
due
działania.
to many areas of
Pierwsze,
its
beta-hydroksy maśla
action.
jest w stanie hamować
Butyrate
tak zwaną
can
inflamację
inhibit LMNRP3 inflammation that causes inflammation, and because of that we have increased cytokine reaction. And keto diet reduces that. Marginalization to simple sugars. Simple sugars
marginalizujemy te cukry proste,
are increasing inflammation. On the standard diet we have 10% sugar, simple sugar, so in 2000 calories this is 50 grams of pure sugar. On keto diet we have a maximum of 50 grams of carbs. Keto diet lowers CRP, interleukin 6, the marker that is associated with oncological diseases. Another result is similar to drugs for obesity, because obesity drugs work like that we eat less, so we will lose weight. Some of them inhibit hunger, but I'm not going to go into details. This is described in our publication. Another interesting aspect is impact on psycho-emotional aspect. If we don't feel hunger, if we are not frustrated, if you are not in the vicious cycle of eating, snacking, then our mental health improves. I'm talking about the metabolic psychiatry because we have pioneers in here with us in this specialty. Another factor is also that we have reduced symptoms of food addictions. We don't want to eat. Simple as that. Due to several mechanisms I described, stabilization of glucose and insulin levels, changing the neurochemistry of the brain, we don't feel a need to snack all the time, that we are sitting in the evening watching TV and we are ordering some pizza. No, that's not the case here. And maybe you can ask, because these are all mechanisms of action, are there any studies on humans? In PubMed, so our main medical library, and when I searched for studies, meta-analysis, we have 131 meta-analysis like that, quite a lot. These are conclusions for some of them, loss of body mass, loss of adipose tissue, lower circumference, waist circumference, and lower other parameters like TG or glucose was decreased, and increase in this good cholesterol, LDL. Another interesting study, HDL, sorry. We have here a reduction in carbohydrate intake results in a reduction in body weight by an average of 0.64 kilogram after 6 months, and by an average of 1.15 kilogram after 12 months of follow-up. But some studies on keto diet are conducted by their proponents. So they compare keto diet 800 calories with control group 1,500 calories. Of course, they will lose much more weight on 800 calories diet. So I don't think it's a reasonable study. So I chose randomized clinical studies comparing the same caloric deficit on both diets or allow you to eat as much
Najlepsze
as
badania,
you
które
want to.
znalazłem, tutaj również w 10
And I
przypadkach
found
dieta
11
ketogena
studies
wygrywa.
like that,
Zobaczcie, utrata
and I
masy ciała
found ketogenic
na
diet is
niebiesko
better. It's blue.
w porównaniu do tej na czerwono.
Body loss compared to the comparative diet in red.
Okej, podsumowując.
To sum up,
Po pierwsze,
first of all,
kalorie się liczą,
calories
ale to nie
matter.
znaczy, że trzeba je liczyć.
Calories
Po drugie,
count, but it doesn't mean you have to
kalorie
count them.
spożyte to nie jest to samo, co
Calories
kalorie wykorzystane.
consumed are not the same as
Zasadę
calories
tak zwaną
used.
calories in, calories out
Calories
traktowałbym trochę
in,
w
calories
uproszczeniu.
out
To jest
shouldn't
pewne
be
tak
treated
kierunkowskazy, ale
seriously. This is just a direction, but in reality it looks sometimes differently. Energy deficit on low-carb diets are often achieved intuitively without the need to count calories due to many different mechanisms of action.
Natomiast głównym mechanizmem,
The main
który to powoduje,
mechanism
jest zmniejszenie łaknienia,
is the loss
zmniejszenie głodu,
appetite
sytość.
and better satiety, and this
Ciągłego
allows
błędnego
us
koła, w którym
not to snack all the time, this vicious cycle, or we eat 5 days a week, we eat clean diet, and then at the weekend we binge, and then we start exercising, and we're more hungry, we eat more, and this is the vicious cycle I'm talking about.
I to wszystko potwierdzają
And this is
najwyższej
all
jakości
confirmed
liczne
by
badania
high quality
naukowe.
studies.
Szanowni Państwo, jeżeli ktoś będzie
Ladies
miał
and
jakieś
gentlemen,
pytania,
if
zaraz
you
będzie
have
przerwa,
any questions
zapraszam
in a
chętnie
moment, there will
odpowiem.
be a coffee
Dziękuję za
break.
uwagę.
Please approach me. Thank you for your attention.
A Damiana,
Ale
dajcie
fajnie, że
mikrofon.
jesteś z nami.
Thank
Ekstra
you
wykład.
that you are with
Damian, mamy dla
us.
Ciebie
Damian
pamiątkę.
Dyńka,
Pamiątka z tej konferencji.
some
Żebyś
gift
patrzył
from
na ścianę i
us.
pamiętał, co tu się
Hang it on
wydarzyło,
the
a po
wall,
drugie,
remember us.
wiesz, co z tym zrobić,
And
czy
you
mam
know
Ci
what to
wytłumaczyć?
do with it?
Jedziesz,
Should I
koks.
explain
To
it
jest
to you?
chętny.
Show some meat.
Masz takie piękne. O, leci mięso! Mamy to!
Okay, you did
Dziękujemy
it.
bardzo,
Thank you,
trzymaj się.
Damian.
A my zapraszamy wszystkich na
And
przerwę
let's have a
kawową.
break. Let's have a coffee break.
Widzimy się za 15 minut.
In
Rozprostujcie
15
nogi.
minutes,
Zaraz
we're
doktor
going to see
kliniczny
each
we
other
własnej
again.
osobie zawita do gabinetu,
And
także widzimy się po
then,
kawie.
we will have the special guest.
Zapraszamy na kawę. Niech to będzie doskonała okazja do wymiany doświadczeń i nawiązania nowych znajomości. Please join us for coffee. Let this be a perfect opportunity to share experiences and connect with new.
z tematami i to będzie cudowna pamiątka.
Rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej to nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas, do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas, do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas, do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas, do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas, do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, Zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach.
Wheat Doctor is going to be on stage soon.
Zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku, zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas, do Akademii.
misją zostania najlepszym dietetykiem w Polsce. Czy jego rady rzeczywiście pomogą pacjentom? Czy może są tak świeże, jak wczorajsze pełnoziarniste pieczywo? Przekonajmy się. Przenosimy się do gabinetu dietetycznego, gdzie króluje dr Andrzej Pszeniczny. Człowiek z misją zostanie najlepszym dietetykiem w Polsce. Czy jego rady rzeczywiście pomogą pacjentom? Czy może są tak świeże, jak wczorajsze pełnoziarniste pieczywo? Przekonajmy się.
Mam nadzieję, że wszyscy wypili kawkę.
Okay, I hope you
witam,
enjoyed your
witam
coffee.
serdecznie w moim
Welcome
gabineciku.
in my office.
Witam, witam.
Welcome, welcome.
Lubię tych moich grubasków.
I love my obese patients.
I lubię też pełne ziarenka.
And I love whole grain.
Pan też do doktora?
Are you waiting for the visit? Ah, okay, I will sit next to you. You have the recommendations.
Na śniadanie owsianka?
Oatmeal for breakfast, the same for me, the same recommendation.
Makaron?
Lunch,
Mamy to samo.
pasta, we have the same.
To samo?
Dinner, also the same.
Czy to jest jakaś sprawdzona procedura?
So probably that's the verified procedure.
Niesamowite.
Amazing. How are you today? Well?
Ja też nie.
Not really. Me neither.
Doktor mówi, że to moja wina.
But the doctor says this is my fault.
Albo żony.
Or my wife's fault.
Tylko głośno nie mówię, bo ona tu jest.
But I'm not going to tell you this
Mówi, że na jakiś low-carb
loud
festival
because she's somewhere here. Low-carb festival? They think this is a sect.
Pan na NFZ czy prywatny?
Is it your public or private
Na
visit?
NFZ.
Oh, National
NFZ.
Health Fund.
No to ja będę pierwszy, bo ja prywatnie.
I will be first because I have the private appointment. I paid for that.
Proszę czekać!
Please wait a second.
Na dobrego dietetyka trzeba
for
poczekać,
you have
prawda?
to
Tak mi
wait
mówili koledzy na
For
studiach.
a good professional dietitian.
Mówię, że proszę czekać, tak?
I told you,
Chyba,
wait
że
a
pacjent
second.
prywatny. A to proszę,
Oh,
witam
you
panie
paid for the visit?
Leszku!
Oh, okay.
Witam
Welcome,
serdecznie, panie
welcome.
Leszku. Dzień dobry, witam, proszę sobie usiąść.
Please sit
Proszę
down.
sobie usiąść.
Here?
A gdzie?
Where do you want to sit? I remind you that this is a
O,
private
panie Leszku, coś-
appointment. Oh,
Ale coś
Słabo pan dzisiaj wygląda.
You don't look well today. I wanted to tell you that I don't feel well. I'm sleepy, especially after eating. I have no energy and my weight increased. I need some help.
Panie Leszku.
Mr. Leszek,
rozumiem.
I understand perfectly. It's September already.
Zbliża się jesień, liście
The
opadają
autumn is
z drzew. Panie
coming, leaves
Leszku,
are
ma pan
falling down
pełne
from the
prawo się
trees.
tak czuć.
You have the right to feel like
Tak
that.
pan mówi?
Saying so?
Musi pan sobie na to
Yes,
pozwolić,
you need to allow
pozwolić i
yourself
radykalnie
to that
wybaczyć
and
temu.
radically forgive that. Wow, my wife told me about it last time. This is a natural metabolism adaptation to the seasonal change. That's in your nature. But it doesn't help me. I think that this is not a normal thing. My wife is at the meeting right now, Low-carb Festival, and they say that these symptoms may be because of what I eat, the food that you recommended to me, and she says that maybe it's too much carbs, and our brain prefers ketones over carbs. Oh, Jesus. Charlatanism. Oh my gosh. Sect. Yes, I heard about this. CARB Festival. It's for charlatans. This is a sect. Be careful. They need to be taken license for being doctors. Internet is full of charlatans. They get rich and they spread misinformation. Look at my wall. I have all these diplomas and I have certificates of all conferences around the world. Where was it? That's not the certificate. I love Lexus. So I don't understand that this is just the seasonal change. Look at evidence-based medicine and real science. In PubMed? Yes, look at the updated research, epidemiological study from Bangladesh. Where? From where? Bangladesh. Okay. The study included 1,000 lab rats. Okay. Each rat was filled in the questionnaire with the question, what did you eat 3 years ago? Wow, they did such a study. And then they measured their quality of life, feeling, and other important parameters of rats. So, like my hamsters didn't feel well, they gained weight, and I have to admit, we eat all the same whole grains, and rama, so margarine. I think your hamsters made mistakes somewhere. But let's get back to these results. Scientists were even shocked because if rats were eating less carbs, this group was sadder. So that's why hard-carb diets are more efficient. So I think you eat too little carbs with your hamsters. But I think that I can't eat more carbs. Oatmeal with fruit and then sandwich and then rice and then hummus and whole grain bread. I think I eat too much carbs. Don't you cry, you will do it. You cannot have too much carbs. That's impossible because our brain needs carbs to thrive. And whole grain is the basis of nutrition. I will increase you and your hamsters the amount of carbs. More oatmeal a day? Yeah, so tell me about new recommendations. Now I don't even have time. I cook all the time. I quit my job because I have to prep meals all the time. I don't want to live like that. My wife now earns money. I'm staying home.
zdrowie najważniejsze.
Health is the most important, remember. Nothing is more important than that. So don't give up. I will remind you that you are type 2 diabetic. So genetic disease that is progressing and requires more and more grains and drugs. Are you reading that from the piece of paper, or, you know, I all the time analyze the advanced studies on rats. I'm impressed, but my wife read in scientific studies that my type of diabetes is because I eat too much carbs and I should be on keto, I think that I know everything about your wife. I know who she is. What is this opinion about my wife? I believe experts. Please look at the new guidelines of the Polish Diabetological Society. Diabetic patients need to eat at least 60% of rolls and pasta. I just attended a conference about that, and they told me so. Look here. This is in the recommendations. I love Lexus? No, that's not that. Keto kills. Look at the certificate. The newest study showed that keto kills. But my wife yesterday attended a meeting and they told her that scientific associations get a lot of money from big pharma. Oh, relax. You can trust us. I have PhD. Look at another certificate. I have PhD. How much you paid for that? What? How much did you pay for that? Okay, what was the topic of your thesis? Thank you for asking. The assessment of whole grain products in athletes taking part in triathlons. Oh my God, so I should eat more oat? Yes, now you're talking. You start thinking now properly. This is the copy of the updated guidelines for the entire week. This is a tailor-made plan. But Barbara Novak, who is she? No, sorry, that's the printer mistake. Your diet was misanalyzed. I will correct that in a second. Remember about the most important rule, 80-20. Don't forget to eat sweets, M&Ms, because you should have a healthy relationship with food. But I want to have good relationship with food. I will do everything I can. Even I will eat 8 times a day. I will eat sweets, even though I don't like sweets. Thank you. Thank you. You're my favorite patient. 450 euro for a visit. Have a good day. Thank you. Some truth in that, a grain of truth in that. So sometimes this is how it looks like in the medical offices. Almost like that, completely like that. I hope that there will be less and less situations like that. But before our friends and colleagues who will organize the stage, we can you know, maybe they ate oatmeal for breakfast and that's why they are so slow and sleepy. In a moment, on the stage, you will listen to a pioneer in metabolic psychiatry. Metabolic psychiatry is a new field of science that gives hope to all patients with depression, schizophrenia, and gives hope to all that have mental problems. Another speaker was brave enough to think in a logical way, because if keto diet is the best tested way of eating, and her story started from the children, treating children with drug-resistant epilepsy. So she thought, how keto diet may also help with other diseases, mental diseases associated with our autonomous nervous system. So our next speaker decided to think, maybe we should have patients on ketosis, patients with severe depression, major depression, and all other mental problems. What is happening on this area of metabolic psychiatry, thanks to Shebani Sethi, who is going to be next speaker, is a paradigm change about autonomous nervous system. This is our pleasure to welcome a psychiatrist, representatives of Stanford University. Please welcome Shebani Sethi.
Prosimy zmieniać. Brawo! Idzie do nas! Zmieniacz. Brawo! Dzień dobry! Thank you, Shebani. Thank you very much. The stage is yours. This is it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here today. I'm very excited to talk to you about the work that I do. I have to admit that I normally am in a different situation with a different kind of audience. A lot of scientists, a lot of clinicians, probably more smaller, intimate groups with a lot of science questions. So bear with me, because I know there's a lot of variability in the audience, which is actually very impressive. And kudos to the organizers for organizing this amazing event today. So, before I start, I want to just mention two things. I want to tell you why this is important to me, why I came from California, and what my guiding principles and values have been for my career. One is I always wanted to be in medicine. I wanted to help people. That's the whole reason I did it. As I entered my journey, I realized that there's more to this, and developing evidence-based research is extremely important to make any kind of change, which is why I'm doing it. So I went from doctor to physician scientist. And the second thing I care about quite a bit is access to care. Our health systems are incredibly complicated, and being able to provide specialized care and services is a whole nother issue. So those are the two things that I focus on. I'm an associate professor at Stanford. I started a metabolic psychiatry program, which I'm going to tell you a little bit more about. And second, I'm the CEO and co-founder of a startup based in Silicon Valley that provides remote care monitoring and a digital health care platform to those with serious mental illness. Unfortunately, there is more than 1 billion people around the world that live with mental illness today. And in the US, where I'm from, 1 in 5 people have a mental illness. The rates of metabolic syndrome, which was mentioned here earlier today by Allison Hul, in Poland is above 33%. And what I'll say to you is that globally, this is a problem. Metabolic syndrome is a problem. The consumption of ultra-processed carbohydrates in foods is a problem. And the rates of mental illness is also going up. So is it a coincidence that these two things are going up at the same time, the rates? We don't think it's coincidence. We think that there's a relationship. In fact, if we look at the rates of obesity and metabolic syndrome in serious mental illness itself, and serious mental illness is defined as schizophrenia, bipolar illness, and major depression. The rates of obesity in serious mental illness is double than that in the general population. And we already know it's a pretty big problem in the general population. So we're really focusing now on a sicker population that doesn't have as much access to care. Metabolic syndrome, similarly, has rates that go up to 40% in bipolar illness and almost 70% in schizophrenia. I mentioned the stats, 1 in 5 in the US, which ends up being 61 million people. It costs our country $1.84 trillion. Globally, 1 billion people with mental illness, and it costs close to 5 trillion. If we look at rates of SMI, we're talking about 290 million people. Now, when we think about metabolic disease, there are several different pathways that exist in causing metabolic disease. One is plasticity. This concept is that your brain is plastic, which means it's moldable, it's shapeable, it can change. And if there's a problem in being able to make those changes, metabolic disease is something that can show up in that state. Oxidative stress is another concept where you have an imbalance between your production and inactivation of reactive oxygen species. What is reactive oxygen species? You've heard of free radicals, I'm sure you've heard of antioxidants. Reactive oxygen species is something that is the breakdown product of you eat food and you're creating energy out of it. And the more that your body is moving, your brain is working, you end up having reactive oxygen species, and your body works towards removing them. And there are many mechanisms as to how it does this, but if there's a problem in removing it, then metabolic disease can also come from that state. Neuroinflammation is another avenue where you can have inflammation in your brain, and that ends up leading to injury. And lastly is mitochondrial dysfunction, where in your cells you have mitochondria that is creating energy, it's ATP, and if there's a problem in creating that energy, there's also a problem that can form in creating metabolic disease. So it's ultimately your metabolism. So what is the standard of care in psychiatry? Medications and therapy. There's a lot of trial and error. A lot of medications are life-saving, but there's a lot of trial and error, and it takes time to find the right medication, the right dosage. 60% of folks end up not being able to stick to the medication due to side effects, unfortunately. There's a 15-year life expectancy reduction in this population, and it's largely due to cardiovascular disease. It costs the system $225 billion. In direct spend, there is a limited efficacy, which means just the treatment efficacy of the medications itself are limited, especially when you have poor metabolic health. So that ends up going through the cycle of trial and error, and it costs the system a lot more money, basically. We have side effects, although life-saving. I wanted to just give brief attention to the fact that if you see the red, there's more with specific medications that we use that have metabolic side effects. So there are a lot of nuances to not just medication treatment, but also metabolic disease as a root part of the illness itself. What is metabolic psychiatry? In 2015, I coined the term metabolic psychiatry to describe treating metabolic dysfunction to improve mental health, and started a program at Stanford focused on both clinical work, seeing patients, treating patients, as well as providing a robust research program. Metabolism is defined as looking at that cellular chemical reaction that takes place between you eating food getting nutrients and making a change in using that energy, and you have your waste products and you have your creation of energy. So that is what metabolism is in a nutshell. Psychiatry is a branch of medicine that focuses on the diagnosis, the treatment, and prevention of mental illness. Metabolic psychiatry is that intersection in between the two, where the focus is on the metabolic hallmarks between these fields. So bear with me, I'm going to go a little bit into mechanisms. This is a model that was proposed by a colleague of ours, Cynthia Cocken. And this is a model that shows how bipolar disorder progresses mechanistically and where we can intervene, what interventions that we can provide here. So if we start at the left, there's more susceptibility, our genetics, our environment matter. And that is something that we are born with. We can't change, right? But there are other things that we can do to make changes to what genes get expressed, what epigenetic factors end up basically being expressed. So that increases ultimately the sympathetic nervous system, your fight or flight response system. And when you start at this risk profile, you end up going towards a more inflammatory state because you have hypercortisol and you're always in that mode of fight or flight. You have a circadian rhythm dysregulation. You have a permeability between your brain and your body. Even though it's obviously separated, it's also connected, and we have mechanisms that our body has developed to have a very tight regulation between the brain and the body for many reasons. And it doesn't always work as well. And when it doesn't work as well, it leads to disease. It leads to more inflammation and insulin resistance as well. And so here at the bottom, you can see there are different mechanisms where we can provide treatment. We can affect inflammation by anti-inflammatory medications. We can affect the immune system by prescribing immune modulators. We can address insulin resistance by using GLP-1 agonist drugs for diabetes that help with insulin resistance. Diet and exercise is also listed here by my colleague's model, but obviously there's a lot more that I believe that you can do, and I'm sure everyone here also feels that way, because I don't think you would be here today if you didn't agree that food and what you eat is important. This is a proposed mechanism of action. I won't go into the details, but I basically want to show you that you have a presynaptic neuron and a postsynaptic neuron, and you have chemical messengers that travel between them. That's how neurons communicate. That's how you're able to function. That's how you're able to think. That's why you're able to form memories. That's how you're able to move. And astrocytes and microglia are cells that surveil the immune system. They also prune your synapses. So it's very important for the whole process of plasticity for those cells to be working well. There are different avenues of treatment interventions that will work on 4 areas. They will work on the mitochondria and the functioning of the mitochondria. They will work on the insulin signaling, which we know for mental illness, there are abnormalities with insulin signaling. Also works on inflammatory pathways to decrease inflammation. And oxidative phosphorylation is the last one I'll mention, which is really about that energy production in the mitochondria, which is important to target if there's an abnormality there. These 2 models, figures that I'm sharing with you, is under review in Nature currently. They're models that we came up with along with 12 other scientists globally. The idea is also that you have allostatic load, which is environmental stressors, psychosocial stressors that also impact your genetic expression of being able to handle that glucose and insulin signaling, which is really important, and your energy production. So the selfish brain model is a different model that basically describes that your brain needs a lot of energy, and it has mechanisms in place to be able to take the glucose from your peripheral and bring it into the central nervous system, because your brain actually needs probably 80% of your energy budget. And for those of you who are actively participating and listening, it will require 5 to 10% more of your energy. And everyone has a little bit of a difference in variability or vulnerability of energy production. There are several different kinds of treatments. I won't go into all of that, but just to give you an idea, I just mentioned the different areas that these treatments work. There are 3 clinical studies now, clinical trials, of a ketogenic diet in serious mental illness. We published the ketogenic diet in schizophrenia and bipolar last year that came out. The other 2 that I wanted to mention, both were published this year, and that was looking at a ketogenic diet in bipolar illness. And the one that was published on Wednesday this week was looking at a ketogenic diet in depression with a 70%, almost 70% improvement in major depressive disorder. And I'm going to briefly tell you about the pilot study, but this is a timeline of history of the ketogenic diet and the therapeutic use of it. So first was something that was used in the 1920s, and it has been looked at in clinical trials officially in 2004 for obesity and 2008 in diabetes. And we started this trial in 2018 at Stanford looking at the serious mental illness population. What we did is, for 4 months, put patients in a intervention of a ketogenic diet, and we looked at both their psychiatric and metabolic health outcomes. We measured their ketone levels, we looked at their vitals, their body composition measurements. We got a lot of attention in the media about our trial. Once it was launched, Stanford had chosen this last year as the top 10 discoveries of 2024. The results were that there was 79% improvement in mental health outcomes, a 30% decrease in medication side effects, and every person that had metabolic syndrome at study baseline ended up not having metabolic syndrome after 4 months, so they no longer met criteria for metabolic syndrome, and the average weight loss was 10%. We included people that were between age 18 and 70 years old. They had to obviously be willing to consent to the intervention itself and at least motivated to do a dietary change, as well as have a metabolic abnormality. So overall, I mentioned the weight loss. There was blood pressure improvement. There was visceral fat, which is the fat around your abdominal organs that leak out the cytokine, the inflammation that we don't really want. You can see that there are red bars and gray bars. The red bars indicate those who were more adherent versus the gray that were semi-adherent. But you can see that there's improvement on both ends. So even if you are not completely in ketosis the entire time, between 60 and 80% we considered semi-adherent, you're still getting benefits. You're getting cardiometabolic benefits regardless. So we think there's a potential dose-response relationship with the ketogenic diet being in ketosis versus a low-carbohydrate approach. There was a reduction in insulin resistance here, as you can see. I'm going to skip this just in the interest of time. There's an average of 4 prescriptions that each patient had when starting. This also wasn't a mildly ill population. The average attempt for suicide was 1.5 according to the data. I mentioned that metabolic syndrome was completely recovered in at least 29% of the cohort, and there was a 79% improvement with clinical global impression, which is our standard scales. Clinical mood monitoring is another way of us to look at whether someone is in recovery or remission and whether they're symptomatic. So we took all of the folks that were symptomatic, and then we looked in that inner circle. Then if you look at the outer circle, we're looking at, well, what happened to them. You can see in the adherent category that half recovered and half were in the recovering state. Again, this is a summary of the pilot trial results: 20% drop in triglycerides, 17% reduction in insulin resistance, 10% average weight loss. All patients with metabolic syndrome at baseline no longer met criteria at study end. Psychiatric improvement, 30% decrease on medication, 79% improvement with the CGI scores, and close to 50% of patients showed recovery across multiple endpoints. This is a patient of mine still today from the trial, diagnosed with bipolar illness, also has an eating disorder, had been on a lot of pain medications for her back, and she is an avid follower and believer of a ketogenic diet because it changed her life. That's her quote at the bottom. She said, "The approach to my mental health has changed my life, led to a rapid rise in my career and relationships after I stalled out for many years," which is true. She got married after not seeing someone for about 20 years, and she is doing well currently. This is just to give you an idea of clinical trials globally that are occurring right now in ketogenic diets in serious mental illness. We are doing another one at Stanford. We're recruiting now, and it's a randomized control trial. We're taking 120 people. One side intervention is the ketogenic diet in 60 individuals. The other side, the other arm, is diet as usual in 60 individuals, and all those 60 individuals in diet as usual will cross over to the intervention arm. And we are looking at a lot of different outcomes: metabolic, psychiatric, but also health economic data, which I mentioned is important because insurance and health systems won't cover these types of treatments if they don't show cost savings. Deep omic profiling is basically looking at almost everything you can look at expression-wise from a cell: proteins, mitochondrial genetics, epigenetics, microbiome. So we are doing that in both arms. And I want to acknowledge my team here for their great work. We are putting together clinical algorithms into AI and trying to scale a digital health program, as I mentioned, in metabolic psychiatry itself. And we're excited to be doing that in a way that challenges the traditional model of mental health care and focuses on proactive care rather than reactive care to disease, and integrates these different fields to provide the best outcomes for our patients. If you are interested in learning more, there's 2 QR codes here. I encourage you to reach out. We're always willing to collaborate, and I really appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Dziękujemy za wami, Allison, Shebani. Shebani, this
Thank
is
you, Allison.
your time now. Please take this meat and throw it to the audience. You have to know that we have gift for you. I will hold it, okay? And I will give it to you later.
Okay.
It's your time now. Mamy to! Bravo, thank you very much. This is for you.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
You take this?
Thanks.
Bye.
No to dziękujemy bardzo.
Okay, thank you, Shebani.
Przyszedł czas na
Now
kolejną
it's time
prelegentkę.
for another
To będzie mocny
speaker.
wykład,
It's gonna be strong
bo jak wszyscy wiemy,
because, as we all know,
mięso zabija,
meat kills,
Mięso zwiększa
Meat
ryzyko
increases the
raka
risk
jelita
of
grubego.
bowel cancer,
Mięso zwiększa
colon
ryzyko
cancer.
udaru
It
mózgu
increases
oraz zawału
the
serca.
risk of myocardial infarction
Biedne
and
krowy
stroke. Poor cows
pierdzą metanem, to już wiem, że pierdząc metanem
excrete methane,
powodują
leading
kataklizmy i ocieplenie
natural
klimatu. Dlaczego
disasters
się dziwisz?
and
Dziwię
global
się, bo przecież
warming.
dobrze wiesz, że bekają,
I'm
a nie pierdzą
surprised
metanem. To cię
because
wiele
they
osób poprawi
don't
tutaj,
fart,
którzy
but
mają
they
krowy.
bleed.
Tak czy inaczej, no, ten
But
metan
they,
stał się
burp.
faktycznie jakimś postratem.
So
Ale
methane
co jeżeli wam
became
powiemy, że
something that
jedząc
we are
tylko
afraid of.
mięso
But
jako
if I tell you that
narzędzie
we only eat meat
medyczne
as a
można
medical
wycofać sobie
way
wiele chorób
of treatment, we can
autoimmunologicznych,
retract many
ale także
autoimmune
metabolicznych
diseases
typu
and
cukrzycy
such
typu
as type 2
drugiego. Za chwilę
diabetes.
na
In a
tej
moment,
scenie
on the stage,
zobaczycie
you are
przesympatyczną
going to
dietetyczkę,
see a
specjalistkę
very nice
od
dietitian,
odżywiania
specialist
carnivore.
in
Powitajmy
carnivore
brawami
nutrition.
Karolinę
Karolina
Bartoń!
Bartoń.
No i to mi się podoba, zaczyna się taniec, zaczyna się taniec!
Okay, yes, the dance, I love that.
Nie przeszkadzamy, scena jest twoja, steka
Okay,
zjesz
we
później.
will leave you here, stage is yours.
Kochani, bardzo się cieszę,
Thank
że
you
mogę być tutaj
that I
dzisiaj
can
z
be
wami,
with you
bo
today,
jest to
because
niebywała
that's
okazja,
an
żeby mówić na
amazing
takiej
opportunity
scenie.
to speak to
Przede
you
wszystkim
on
podziękowania
such a
dla braci,
stage.
ale
I would
przede
like to
wszystkim
thank
dla
the
was.
brothers and I would like
I
to
to jest
thank
dla mnie
you,
niesamowite,
because
że
that's
tyle
something
osób
amazing that
tak
so many
bardzo chce
people
wiedzieć,
want
jak
to
można
know
naturalnie
how to
wyzdrowieć.
be
Więc ja się
healed in a
nazywam
natural
Karolina
way.
Bartoń,
My name is Karolina
jestem
Bartoń. I
dietetykiem
am a dietitian,
i swoją przygodę z
and
odżywianiem,
my
jeśli
adventure
chodzi o
with nutrition
edukację,
in terms
tak
of
naprawdę
education,
zaczęłam w
I
Szwecji,
started
na
in Sweden
Uniwersytecie
at SLU University in Uppsala. I studied nutrition there. Then I studied at Medical University Karolinska Institute, where I wrote my MA thesis, and currently it is my honor to cooperate with functional medicine, to work with the clinic of functional medicine, and Dr. Peter Martin. Peter came with me today. Peter, can you show yourself and wave to everyone gathered?
Dr. Peter
is my mentor and an example that in functional medicine it's not about treating symptoms, it's about treating the root cause of disease, and that's amazing. And this clinic FunMed is doing so, the biggest clinic of functional medicine in Europe. Hopefully it will be later branched in other countries. Education is great, but my beginnings in my life wasn't so good at the beginning. If I knew earlier about such a conference like this one, or if such conferences were organized then, probably my parents, who are sitting in the crowd with my grandma, you can wave to them, they are supporting me today. I think we wouldn't be then crying at night thinking about my treatment, because we had no hope at one point. So you could ask me, Karolina, but now everything looks fine. Yes, but this is how my past looked like. For over 20 years of my life, I had eczema on my body, rash, skin rash that took away my happiness, and I lost my home because of that. Remission now is at the level of 100%, no rush, I'm clear. That's why I'm here, standing in front of you today, because what helped me helps other people. Here are the photos of one of my clients who came to me after 40 years of such skin rash. Dryness, rashes, itching, burning sensation, bowel problems, digestive problems, and she told me, I don't see any light in the tunnel, I see no hope. But now, as you can say, she's in remission. remission, and she's really happy. That's amazing, and that's why I'm here today, because it works. It actually
No ale dobra,
works.
ja już wam powiedziałam, dlaczego ja tu
Okay,
jestem,
I told
ale
you
teraz
why
czas na was.
I'm here
Więc
today, and
wyciągamy
now
swoje
it's time
notatniki,
for you.
telefony,
Take out
naprawdę
your
robimy to.
phones,
I
notebooks,
zapisujemy
and
jedną
write
rzecz.
down,
Dlaczego tu
please, one
jesteś?
thing. Why are you here today?
Okej, mam nadzieję, że zdążyliście zapisać
I hope
jakąś
you
rzecz. I pewnie
managed
z
to
was
do
wiele
it.
napisało,
Many of you probably
"Okej,
wrote,
jestem tutaj,
I'm here
żeby
today
wycofać
because I want to
wszystkiego,
get
żeby
rid of
polepszyć
type 2
swoje
diabetes,
trafienie,
improve my
żeby pozbyć
digestion,
się choroby
get
skóry,
rid of
a być
skin
może nawet
rash,
jesteś tutaj dlatego,
or
że
maybe
chcesz
you're
po
here
prostu
because
wycofać
you want
depresję.
to
Ale
fight
teraz
with your depression.
naprawdę zastanów się,
But
dlaczego ty
now
tutaj
really
jesteś.
think, why are you here today?
Bo wiecie,
Because you know,
zdrowienie dla zdrowienia,
healing for
spoko,
the healing's sake is okay,
takie
but
zdrowienie
healing
no jest samo w
is
sobie za małym
in an
motywatorem,
essence
żeby
not
po prostu
motivating enough
ciągnąć życie w dobry
to
sposób.
live beautiful
tak
life.
naprawdę ważne
That's
jest
why
to,
it's
żeby
really
znaleźć
important to
coś,
find something
co po prostu da nam
that
właśnie takie
will
światło,
give you the
światło
light
światła
in the
będzie
tunnel,
powiedzieć,
will give you hope.
że ta światłość spowoduje
This
to,
light
że może wrócicie do pracy.
will make you return to
może
work. Because of this
spotkacie
light, you
kogoś
will
nowego,
meet someone
to zdrowie
new,
właśnie wam da możliwość
because
lepszej
your health will give you the possibility for further
Właśnie
development of
tematem
your
mojego
life.
dzisiejszego wykładu
The topic of my today's
jest, gdy ciało
presentation
walczy
is
samo ze
when
sobą,
our body
droga
fights
do
with
równowagi.
its
Bo tak jak już
self,
wspomniałam,
a way
mi się
to
zdrowe ciało
the
widzi
equilibrium.
kojarzy z takim glow,
Because when I
po prostu świeci.
think about the healthy
Właśnie,
body, I'm
ale co
thinking
się
about the
dzieje
glow.
wtedy,
Someone
kiedy
walks in and person is glowing.
kiedy ten
But
organizm
when the body
nie zaczyna
is not
funkcjonować tak, jak
functioning
został
as it was
zaprojektowany,
programmed
kiedy
to,
coś zaczyna
something
po prostu tam
starts
nie funkcjonować
to
w odpowiedni
malfunction.
I wkrada się taka
Then
ciemność,
there is a darkness.
wkrada się smutek.
Then there is sadness.
I właśnie z taką ciemnością
And
zmagała się jedna z
this
moich
is one of my
podopiecznych,
client's
która
story.
cierpi na
She
reumatoidalne
has
zapalenie
rheumatoid
stawów.
arthritis, RA.
Opowiem trochę więcej o niej
I will tell you a
za
bit
chwilę.
more about her
Ale
in a
zanim
moment,
przejdę do
but
tego,
before I
chciałabym
move
wam
on to her
powiedzieć,
case, I would like to
co
tell you
choroby
about
autoimmuniczne.
autoimmune disease in
Właśnie cały czas
general.
mówię o tej światłości,
I'm talking about the light. Our autoimmune system works well. It's like light. It is, gets rid of bacteria, viruses, fungi, other pathogens. It protects us. But sometimes, even if we're driving a car, the cars have different lights. And when you see the light coming from the other car, it's too much, and then you are blinded. And this is what happens in our autoimmune system. When we are blinded by light, then our body, autoimmune system, doesn't defend us. It starts to hurt us. It starts to attack our own body. And then we call it that this is an autoimmune disease, when your own body starts to attack itself. It attacks your tissues. And this is in this picture, you can see how your immune system attacks own tissues. This is the blue immune cell. So, as you can see, our body makes mistakes. The body attacks own organ. Here, the pancreas. So, if this is the case, then the disease starts. The chronic inflammation is initiated. Here you can see different symptoms: swelling, joint pain, chronic tiredness, fatigue, even balance problems, vision loss. As you can see, this is rheumatoid arthritis and multiple sclerosis. And these symptoms look simple, nothing special, nothing serious. But if you combine all of that, then we realize that we have development of very serious diseases. Okay, so let's go back to my client with rheumatoid arthritis. That was her beginning. Hair loss, digestive problems, swollen eyes, ganglion at hands, itchy, burning knees. She binged sweets. She didn't have a lot of energy. And she also encountered many different physicians who didn't understand her and her symptoms. wow, rheumatoid arthritis, this is not about that. These are not symptoms of RA, but actually sometimes autoimmune diseases give such symptoms. There are many diseases like that. According to the newest data, 80 to 140 autoimmune diseases are being diagnosed. That's amazing. I think there are more than that, but we don't know all about all of them. In the US, 8% of people have autoimmune disease. And out of this 8%, 80% are women. What kind of organs can be attacked by our immune system? The brain, the thyroid, the Hashimoto's disease, Graves-Bassett disease, anemia, that RA, as I said, many different diseases, Crohn's disease, so associated with our bowels, our intestines. So you can ask, but how does it develop? Why our immune system attacks our body? It's not the logical way of doing. In this picture, you have many different reasons. One reason of that may be that you had a viral infection or bacterial infection in the past. You were taking chemical drugs, or this is also about genetics. You know, genetics is not, it cannot be changed. But also it's about toxin or heavy metals from environment. But plastic that we use, what we can change here is our diet. So what we put to our mouth, what we eat, this is what our bowels absorb. And bowel is very important here because this is a gate to our immunity. And now I would like you to look at your neighbor and say, gate to immunity.
Właśnie, ta brama do odporności. No i zobaczcie, tutaj na lewym rysunku
on the left, you have a bowel that is healthy. With good combination, good connection, then we absorb food well, nutrients, minerals, vitamins are absorbed, and in the blood we have only necessary things. But when we have the darkness in our body, then the bowel starts to permeate, and it leaks to the blood what shouldn't be there. Bacteria, toxins, viruses, waste products like gluten, and then we have inflammation, and autoimmune disease may develop. That's why I always repeat that bowels are the fundament of health. This is what we describe in fundamental functional medicine, because here we have between 70 and 80% of our immunity, and 90% of absorption of food. So 90% of what we eat is absorbed in the bowel. That's why it matters. So to start from the bowels, then we need to start talking about the fact that if there's any clinical data for that. We have more and more research, more and more publications that some diets or excluding some products or implementing diets may stop autoimmune disease or slows down the progress, or some products may even lead to the disease progression. You can read all that. This is about diabetes, eczema, MA, RA, or joint problems, arthritis. Let's get back to our patient. You remember that she had many weird symptoms, but after 1 year, these are the notes that she took. Her hair is in good condition. She has no edema. She has beautiful glowing skin, MRI without inflammation, joint in great condition. She is aware that sugar was addictive to her. She has good energy, and she wants to, she visited the physician, and her physician is in shock. Didn't know, he didn't know what happened. So your condition is the reflection of what you're eating. If you asked me, okay, so tell us what she was eating and where should I start from? You have to heal your autoimmune system. You have to heal your immune system. And the simple answer is the diet. This is what on your plate. Okay, let's move on to the most interesting part. Listen now what you can eat, what you shouldn't eat. So there are many different eliminations from your diet, and to have this light in you and to get rid of the darkness, you need to implement the food that dims the light. We have to eliminate alcohol, sugar in any form, added sugar. You have to read the labels, you need to do it, you need to verify that. Sometimes, you know, gluten is everywhere in wheat products, in bread, pasta, but also smoothie, artificial sweeteners, juice, all that may damage our bowels. But we know that these exclusions are not enough, so we have to eliminate more proteins, wheat, fruits, legumes, potatoes, starches, nuts, coffee, even coconut flour. If it doesn't help, then you can move on. You can do it individually, of course, but we have to get rid of also raw vegetables with many anti-nutrients and may lead to the leaky guts. Gluten-free also products may do it, or caffeine, or products with caffeine. So meat is very often used, sometimes liver, egg yolks, depending on the situation, and animal fat that have a lot of A, D, K, vitamins, regenerative properties is in the butter, and of course fish and seafood. So what you're seeing here is the carnivore diet. The carnivore diet has amazing potential to regenerate our bowels. So here this is the mechanism of carnivore diet. Put in a nutshell, you eliminate irritating products, sugar, gluten, lactose, lectins, oxalates. You have to minimize fermentation in bowels. You have to be in ketosis, and then you have nutrition. Because products are so nutrient dense, they contain a lot of natural protein, heme, iron that are very important. They are well absorbed and utilized by the body. Thanks to that, we can reduce inflammation, we can withdraw the symptoms, and healing. This is the process of healing. Give yourself some time, because if for 10 years, 20 years, you did everything to get this disease, colloquially speaking, don't expect results in a week or two. Be patient. Our body needs time, weeks, months, or even years to regenerate. That bowels should start working after that in a proper way. So, well, if you think about it, that you don't eat, you eliminate food that is harmful to you. So maybe think about like that. Okay, I will have more energy. I won't have skin rash. I will have glow. So maybe it matters more than eating a piece of bread. So at the end, is this diet for everyone? Yes, exclusions, eliminations are easy. You can eat in a nutrient way, but it's not for everyone. Because the guidelines is one thing, but you also have to be equipped with a proper mindset. You have to have a higher goal, something else than just the food. Please look at the notes that you wrote down at the beginning. What was your goal? why are you here? And this is a beautiful thing, because I meet a lot of people on my path, and the people I meet are sick and tired of their diseases. I will start from today. I cannot wait anymore. I want to get rid of SIBO, that's what they write, because they had for many years problems with health, and they want to return on a good path. They want to eat healthy. So now, please take out again your notebooks and write down what does it mean to get rid of the disease.
I tutaj jest kod do kontaktu ze mną.
This is a QR code, and you can contact me if you
Bardzo
scan it.
dziękujemy, Karolina.
Thank you, Karolina.
Dziękujemy Ci bardzo. Oczywiście tradycyjnie mamy dla Ciebie pamiątkę, żeby sobie przypominała,
A
co się
souvenir
wydarzyło na tej
for you
scenie.
to remember the situation,
Zadanie dla Ciebie.
the scene, the speech,
Czas.
and again.
Dawaj, chodźmy. Zróbmy tak, żeby potem nie było reklamacji. I tak pewnie będą reklamacje przez te kolejki.
You know, approach the other side of the audience.
Ale tak niespodziewanie rzuciłaś.
Surprising throw. Yes, so this is us. And now?
A teraz przed Państwem
And
Bracia
now?
Rodzeń!
Yes, Rodzeń Brothers.
No dobra, to w takim razie witamy jeszcze raz Low-carb Festival! Klikaczka bym chciał, klikaczka po prostu.
Low-carb
Miało być
Festival.
disco polo.
Welcome again.
Nie puściłeś, nie odważyłeś się, tak?
I didn't dare to put some pop music.
Witamy
Maybe he thought
serdecznie,
it's a
słuchajcie.
joke.
Pora na nasz wykład.
Alright, it's time for our lecture then.
Postanowiliśmy sobie, że
And we decided
chcielibyśmy zrobić taki wykład, który was
that we would
zaangażuje,
like
ale przede
to
wszystkim
do something that is engaging.
to, bo my się nie czujemy dobrze, jak
And
jesteśmy
once
osobno.
Łukasz comes back, we don't feel well when we are separate, so
o czym jest wykład tak
I will
naprawdę.
start talking about the lecture.
Myślałem, że się wypisałeś z rodziny. Świetnie sobie
I thought you decided to
Słuchajcie,
leave
postanowiliśmy,
me forever. No,
że
no, no.
ten wykład
But you were doing well. Yes, so we have decided that we have a goal with this lecture to make you aware that, well, how food addiction, how widespread is food addiction. Of course, we know about addictions in general because well, we know people who are addicted from cigarettes, alcohol. Well, other things like that, but the addiction on high processed food somehow is not that often, is not used that often. So our great hope is that, well, next year, in the same place, maybe in a bigger scale, we will be able to have another low-carb festival, this time connected with an international conference that creates a consensus of food addiction. But before we talk about that, we would like to ask you two simple, I think, questions. First, have you ever opened a package of cookies and before you knew it, they were all gone?
Mi się zdarzyło akurat.
I have had it.
Mnie
Yeah.
dotyczy to drugie pytanie.
However, for me, I think this is more suitable for me. Have you ever opened a marshmallow and instead of one piece, the whole layer of marshmallows disappeared? Of course. Nothing to do with addiction, right? It's just tasty. Everyone tells you to eat what you like, but just you need to eat it in moderation. And yeah, marshmallow is such a cute name, right?
Ale chcielibyśmy jednak
But
od drugiej strony
we would like
tego
to
tematu
approach the topic from another side, thanks to Jen Alwyn and Heidi, that are going to be the co-organizers of the next conference. They are co-leaders in creating food addiction consensus. They suggested, they proposed a craved survey, and it will allow or help you if your patient or relative might be addicted to food. So, we will invite you to do this survey together with us. Answer your questions, focus well on them. I think it's going to give us good value, to give us a great auto-diagnose, self-diagnose, because knowledge is important to diagnose yourself as well. If you know that something ails you, well, then it's easier to react, to cure the reason for these. I would say that the questions are easy, maybe not banal, but we will answer with you. So the answers are yes or no. You can't say, I don't know. Craved would be an acronym of 6 letters. Well, you will see in a moment what. And then before we do the survey with you, we need to find somebody guilty, but first, or something that is guilty, but also decide if there is food addiction to talk about in the first place. So, I remember patients saying exactly the statements that are here. The patients came to me and said, well, I am a sweet-holic or chocolate-holic. Others would say, I can't control myself when I see, let's say, a bar of chocolate. Others, I can't stop eating sweet rolls, let's say. Other patients said, well, I've tried everything, but I always go back to my old habits. So, the problem then, well, we might have a problem, or the challenge, let's say. Take a look at the most common culprits, starting from the roll. Well, I'm not sure if you know how problematic it could be in terms of regulating your tensions, stress and emotions, and support food addiction. So definitely we're also talking about breads and rolls here. I think in our society we all know now that sweets and sugar are addictive. But I don't think it happens that they connect non-sweet products with it, like salty sticks, crisps, or wheat rolls with addiction. But these products are one of the biggest obstacles in getting rid of your food addiction and then towards metabolic healing. And we need to be aware that glucose and fructose syrup, so the thing that makes our food more tasty but also cheap, should be, every parent should be aware of that syrup, because it is added to different meals, to processed foods, en masse. So, we have the culprits. Let's move on then to the first question. C stands for compulsion. Question number 1. Have you ever had such a strong craving or compulsion for certain foods that you couldn't resist and gave in to the temptation to eat them? Yes or no? Mateusz, question to you. 7 years ago I would answer yes, of course. I was an addicted person. I was addicted to Bounty bars. Started from the smallest ones and ended up with XLs, because for some reason the system realized that addicts need more and more and more. I had a similar situation I felt an inherent need or craving to eat M&Ms in the time when I was overstimulated, overworked. My record month, by the way, with paramedic, I was a paramedics or ER. By the way, I would like to send my regards to the paramedic team that is right now keeping a watchful eye on us. These are my former colleagues.
Pamiętam, ty mówiłeś taką sytuację, że
Kind
był
regards
taki
to you.
miesiąc, powiem o moim bracie.
And I remember my brother. Well, I was not such a workaholic. I did everything not to have these to take these extra hours in the ER. Łukasz was my opposite. There was a month, so when apart from the typical shift, then he went for overtime, and there was like 28 overtime shifts he had a month. I'm not that proud, but yes, I was loving my job back then. Well, now I know it's this emotion was based on dopamine rather than serotonin or vasopressin. I ordered it around, so I think I'm better now. Question 2. Are so tolerance. Have you ever noticed that you need to consume increasing amounts of these foods to achieve the same effect as you did at the beginning? Something you said about bounty bars, yes or no? Yes, I do remember. I needed to eat more bars. I think donuts are a good example. I couldn't give up donuts even when I gave up sugar in general, and I negotiated with myself. I will cut on donuts more and more, and it took me months. So yes, 7 years ago my answer would be yes. Yes, I started with one small package of M&Ms. I ended up eating 3, and I remember, yes, there was like the car when we were driving together. The car was full of these M&Ms, and I used to smoke back then. So smokers leave empty packets, or sorry, leave the packets with some cigarettes to have it available just in case. So that's it.
Dla mnie zaniedbanie, czyli to odpowiedź na to pytanie jest właściwie stricte definicją uzależnienia. Bo jeżeli ktoś zauważył kiedyś narastające zaniedbanie w planowaniu działań, ponieważ
So for me it's something that, well, the next letter is neglect, actually, and well, if you notice that you neglect your activities because you're too tired, too sluggish, too sleepy. I remember a lot of these patients because yes, this is exactly this point. You noticed that this is let's say a product like Coke, let's say, something that you really want. You know it's not good for you, but still, you know, that's something that still you do. Okay. Then next one is quantity. Have you ever eaten more than you intended on more than one occasion? For example, after a while you realize that the whole cake is gone, or 3 packs of M&Ms. Yes, in my case, it was, I realized that yes, I need to quickly go to a gas station and buy another package because they disappeared somehow. And a lot of patients told us that, they need to eat more. And I think you've heard stories like that. At the key moment in the life of a person who even decided to give up addiction are special occasions like birthdays, public holidays, other occasions, opportunities that make you devour an entire product, and that leads you to a binge, of course, and you can't deal with that properly. But there's good information for a person that identifies with the person you talked about. But we'll get back to it in a moment. And then the last letter, withdrawal symptoms. Question 5, have you ever experienced at least 2 withdrawal symptoms? For example, irritability, anxiety, weakness, drowsiness, when you reduced or stopped consuming that product, that substance. So this is the situation I mentioned. Well, I need to take good care of myself, I will stop eating sweets, and then 3 days later you realize that it's impossible to go through the day. You're full of anxiety, I'm really tired, and so on. So have you ever had that? The answer would be yes. Then. And then the solution? No, sorry, before the solution there is also D, which is damage. So the question is, have you ever consumed these foods even though you or someone else noticed that your memory, somebody noticed your memory or concentration problems, anxiety, mood swings, depression or panic attacks, and that they are likely caused by eating these foods? And it's a very common situation. And I think that this question strongly correlates with food addiction, even though you answered no to all of the other questions. Okay, let's summarize it. So, if you had 3 or more yeses, that means that there is a likelihood of addiction or pathological use of food, in this case, or any substance.
To be clear, and this is quite probable, that some part of the audience answered to this question yes more than 3 times. Don't worry, we have for you a solution and guidelines, and let's remember that everything is for a reason. Even the worst situations show us that after a time we see that they were a challenge and they were just motivations to grow. 3 or more, this is enough to start working with your habits. But we also want to give you some hope. In contrast to the system, we have more and more evidence telling us that processed food you already saw and that we eat frequently has similar activity as other psychostimulating products. Ultra-processed food down-regulates a lot of neurotransmitters. So we need more substances to have the similar effect. It is associated with cognitive disorders similar to those seen in other addictions to substances. But unfortunately, 1, 2, 3, our system tells us like that. The system says, you know, we hate system, we fight with the system won't change itself. The more meetings like today, the better the chance that we will change the system bottom up. And after what we witnessed today, and to be honest, when you organize the meeting, you don't really know what you organized. We are in this situation. We organized together something that makes sense and that has power to change detrimental guidelines, because this is what we fight for. System ignores food addiction at all. In the ICD-10 classification, there is no food addiction, despite the fact that statistics and studies says that 20% of population, that was American population, of course, but if we ask you now, filling in the survey, then we can also think about Polish population. So more than 20% of population are addicted to food. If we don't have ICD-10 classification in the system, then the system doesn't doesn't see it.
Więc nie ma na to
If
leczenia.
it doesn't see it, then there is no treatment for that. But of course, this is the interest, and it's not conspiracy theory. This is of the food industry interest, because they will fight till the end so that their food won't
Rozpoznane
be
jako uzależniające.
treated as addictive.
Co tymczasem robi system?
In the meantime,
I jakie
what
zalecenia daje
is
system?
the system
W
telling
czasach,
us
kiedy ponad wszelką
when
wątpliwość
we know
wiemy,
without any doubt
że
that
jedzenie ultraprzetworzone
ultra-processed
uzależnia.
food is addictive?
System mówi
The
tak.
system says something like that.
Kieruj się zasadą
Remember,
80/20.
you have to have this
80
80-20 rule. 80% of
a
full,
20 małych
healthy
przyjemności. Nie dajmy
nutrients
się zwariować.
food, and 20%
Wszystko byłoby dobrze,
treats.
gdybyśmy nie dysponowali twardymi
Be
dowodami na
reasonable,
to,
eat like that. But we
że
have
jedzenie
evidence that
tego typu posiłków i
eating
produktów
such way,
po prostu
eating in
nas
such a
uzależnia.
way is addictive.
I w tym kontekście
So in this context,
zobaczcie, jak
look
brzmi ta
at
zasada
the rule
mainstreamu
of the
u
mainstream
pacjenta
in
uzależnionego
an
od
addicted
jedzenia. System
patient.
mówi tak.
The system says something like that.
Pacjencie uzależniony
You are
od
addicted to
ultraprzetworzonego
ultra-processed food.
Musisz
There
jeść
you have to
ultraprzetworzone
eat
produkty,
ultra-processed
od których jesteś
products you're
uzależniony,
addicted to,
ponieważ będziesz mieć
because
złe relacje z
if
jedzeniem.
not, you will have unhealthy relationship with food. So you need to eat these products regularly.
Nie przestał
Don't stop doing that. And
jeść, bo my wtedy zbankrutujemy.
if you stop
To tak,
eating
jakby
these products,
powiedzieć
then we will go
alkoholikowi,
bankrupt. If the patient was an
cieszymy się, że
alcoholic,
zdecydowałeś się
the
rzucić
industry would say,
alkohol, ale
okay,
pamiętaj,
great,
możesz
you quit
walnąć
drinking,
sobie
but
setkę
remember, from
na
time to
weekend.
time
Nie
you
możesz.
can drink
Musisz walnąć
50
sobie
grams of
setkę na
vodka.
weekend, a
You
jak
can
nie
do
walniesz
it
na
on
weekend,
Saturday
to przechodzi
evening.
dalej, wtedy kumulujesz te setki.
Remember, that's not bad for
To
you.
się nazywa
That's
wesele.
the 80-20 rule. Yes, that's according
Nic
to them.
dziwnego, że takie osoby, które promują
It's
ten
not
sposób
surprise
odżywiania, mają
that people
często
who
kolejki
promote
do swoich
this way
gabinetów. Ale
of
przejdźmy do
nutrition
rozwiązań, które
have
są
a lot
na
of
horyzoncie,
patience,
dzięki
but
chociażby
look
takim
at
osobom
the
jak Shebani
horizons
Sethi, jak Bracia
of solutions thanks to Shebani Sethi and other prominent speakers of today who look carefully at that, on the fact that
powinna być
we
abstynencja.
should totally abandon the food that addicts us. Abstinence is the best treatment to stabilize our neurotransmitters. And at the end, we would like to leave you with this thought. There is hope
Dla wszystkich, którzy
for everyone
odpowiedzieli
who answered
ponad
yes
3 razy
over
lub
3
2
times,
lub 3 razy,
or even 3
jest nadzieja,
times.
a tą
There is a
nadzieją
hope.
jest odżywianie
And the hope is
niskowęglowodanowe
low-carb
oraz
diet
przynajmniej
and at least
30-dniowa
30-day
abstynencja. Teraz
abstinence
zadanie
from
domowe.
ultra-processed
Dziś
food.
zrobiliśmy test,
And now,
zobaczyliście
take-home
prawdę.
message.
Teraz decyzja.
Now you have to
30 dni
decide.
abstynencji,
30
a
days
za
of
30
abstinence from
dni
sugar, no
zróbcie
processed
u siebie
carbs,
znowu
and
skalę
in 30 days
a
you
wynik
will
będzie najwyższej
also have to
jakości.
do craved
Dowodem dziękujemy wam
survey,
bardzo,
and the
dziękujemy wam
result
bardzo.
will be your evidence. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Rzucamy mięsem!
Okay,
Dajcie na
let's
drugie
throw
mięso,
some
dajcie na
meat.
drugie mięso. Gdzie jest drugie mięso? Dawaj drugie mięso, kto? Dawaj
We
drugie
have
mięso.
2 pieces of
Tam idziemy,
pork
tam
this
idziemy.
time.
Dawać mięso, dawać mięso! Dobra, ja idę do kanciapy.
More
Nie
meat,
chcecie?
more meat.
Czekajcie, zaraz
We need
mięso
more
musimy.
meat.
Wam rzucimy później, wam rzucimy później. Nie tak, później. Zaraz czekam na... Nie, my rzucamy. Czekam na brata. Zaraz będziemy tam biec. Łukasz! Halo! Dawajcie. Dawaj, Łukasz, dawaj. Kto chce? Proszę bardzo. Uwaga. Ja będę dalej. Dobra, mamy to. Dziękujemy bardzo. Nie ma. Mamy to. Dziękujemy. Dawaj. Rzucajcie, proszę bardzo. Uwaga. Nie ma już. Proszę bardzo. Łukasz, dawaj. Trzeba wracać. A gdzie idziemy? No to uwaga, jesteśmy z powrotem.
Right, we're back.
Mam zadyszkę. Chyba muszę iść na...
I think I need to exercise more.
Ty to czujesz. No o tym
Yes,
mówiłem.
I'm out of breath for some reason.
Słuchaj, pozbądźmy się tego
Yeah,
ciężaru. Kto jest
let's
Słuchajcie.
pass the stage to somebody else.
Ja po prostu, to jest niesamowite, jak niesamowite.
It's amazing
Powtórzyłem słowo
how
niesamowite. Jak
great, how
prelegentów
wonderful speakers
się
we managed to
tutaj
invite for you
zaprosić.
today.
Pamiętam taką historię.
I remember a story.
To było na konferencji w
It
Szwajcarii,
happened
o której ty
in
opowiadałeś,
Switzerland. I think you talked about it already.
że
And then
już po wykładach
after the
zostaliśmy
lectures,
zaproszeni
we were
na
invited
oficjalną kolację
to an
z prelegentami.
official dinner with the
Ja
speakers.
akurat usiadłem w takim
I
miejscu,
sat
że w trakcie jedzenia steka
so that when I was eating a steak, I raised my eyes and I saw
uśmiechnięta,
her,
młoda
a
kobieta.
smiling young
Jak się później okazało,
As it later turned out, we had such a great time that we ended up with a contract for Low-carb Festival this year. Well, I'm exaggerating here, but still, the rest is true. We started our collaboration. First, we decided to translate her book and publish her book, the book called Change Your Diet, Change Your Mind. Georgia Eats, that is our next speaker, is also a lecturer or our postgraduate studies, low-carb therapies with the element of metabolic psychiatry. Harvard-trained specialist from metabolic psychiatry. Let's welcome her with a round of applause. Georgia Eat.
Biegnie, biegnie! Ale ma energii dużo.
Full of energy, I can see.
Długo się szykowała do tego wykładu. Hello, Georgia.
Hello.
So the stage is yours.
Dzień dobry, beautiful people of Poland. This is a really exciting time to be a psychiatrist like me. But it's also if you or someone you love has a mental health issue of any kind, it's also a really hopeful and empowering time for you. So I'm so glad that you are here. Because after decades of standing still, the field of psychiatry is finally taking a quantum leap forward. So it's very important for us to think about what might be possible. I'm going to tell you today about all of the hopeful science we have. Dr. Sethi began telling you about this before. So this quantum leap in psychiatry cannot come soon enough because we are in serious trouble around the world and here in Poland. In Poland, the #1 cause of disability is mental illness. About 1 in 4 people in Poland have a mental health disorder, and more of half of those disorders are alcohol use disorders. 35,000 people in Poland have something called treatment-resistant depression. And all that means is that those people have already tried at least 2 antidepressants that have not worked. Stigma around mental health care is high. 60% of people in Poland who feel that they could benefit from mental health care do not seek treatment because of stigma. And services are scarce. There is only 1 psychiatrist for every 11,000 adults in Poland. And when it comes to children, that rate is, there is only 1 psychiatrist for every 14,000 children in Poland. Mental wellness for children in Poland is among the worst in Europe. Children and teens in Poland have the second highest suicide rate in Europe, with more than 2,000 suicide attempts in 2022, which was almost a 50% increase compared to just 2 years before that. What in the world is going on? And more importantly, what can we do about it? If we are really serious about doing something about this mental health crisis, we need to understand, we need to go deeper. We need to ask, what is causing mental health symptoms in the first place? The reasons that you usually hear are things like, well, it's your genes you were born with, or the stress in your life, or a trauma that you experienced, and of course, your mother. But the most important biological cause that we are told is driving mental health conditions is chemical imbalances in the brain, imbalances in neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine. So if you go to a psychiatrist for help with depression or anxiety or bipolar disorder or attention deficit disorder, no matter what the mental health issue is, the psychiatrist will usually try to correct that chemical imbalance by adding a prescription medication. So a couple of problems with this approach. Even now in 2025, maybe you may not realize this. If you come to me for help with a mental health disorder, I have no way of knowing whether you have a chemical imbalance. I have no test I can give you to diagnose you with a chemical imbalance. And still, I am trained to reach for a medication and try and see if it will help you. This trial and error approach, we've been practicing in the dark for decades. So another problem with these medicines is they don't work as well as we wish they did. Many people do not get enough relief from these medicines, and all of these medicines can cause side effects. So what do you do if the medicine doesn't work for you, or if you can't tolerate the medicine, or if you can't find a psychiatrist to prescribe you a medicine, or if because of stigma you just don't want to see a mental health professional? Well, many people are in this situation around the world, and what many people do is they try to correct the problem themselves. They reach for substances that they have access to. Caffeine in the morning to help with focus and to lift their spirits. Alcohol in the afternoon or evening to reduce stress, take the edge off, maybe even help fall asleep. Or you might turn to high carbohydrate comfort foods to try to reduce anxiety. So another problem with the medication and neurotransmitter theory is that we now understand that these chemical imbalances are really a very small part of the story. The much more powerful drivers of mental health conditions are things like hormonal imbalances and insulin resistance, which we're going to come back to in a minute, but also brain inflammation and something called oxidative stress. So these are the reasons, inflammation and oxidative stress are the reasons why we are always told that we are supposed to be eating more colorful plant superfoods that have special superpowers to fight inflammation and to fight oxidative stress. They're supposed to be loaded with antioxidants to fight oxidative stress. And we love that idea. We love the idea of just adding something to our lives to try to solve problems. Adding things feels powerful, it feels proactive, it's easy, and it's profitable for the superfood and supplement industries. But another problem with addition is that when you add a substance to the brain to try to change the brain's chemistry, the brain will resist your efforts and try to change it back, try to change itself back. And this is why some antidepressants stop working over time. It's also why you may find yourself needing more and more caffeine to feel awake and more alcohol to feel calm. A tolerance develops because the brain is fighting back. Another problem with the addition approach is that these substances can make all of these root causes of mental health symptoms worse. So, for example, many of the psychiatric medicines cause insulin resistance, and caffeine causes imbalances in hormones, stress hormones and sleep hormones, for example. Alcohol causes oxidative stress. So if we really want to get to the bottom of this problem, we need to go even deeper than the root causes and ask, what are the root causes of the root causes? Well, what about this modern Polish atrocity? Might this have a little something to do with it? So we have been told that one of the problems, one of the reasons why our modern industrialized diet is so dangerous for our health is because it has too much red meat or too much saturated fat or too much cholesterol. But we've been eating those things forever. This is a brand new problem. And so one of the biggest reasons why this diet is so much less healthy than all of the other diets that came before it is because it is loaded with refined carbohydrates, refined sugars and starches. These are naked carbohydrates that turn instantly into glucose in the bloodstream and generate an unnaturally steep, exaggerated spike in blood glucose levels. Now, every time you get a blood glucose spike, you also get a brain glucose spike. Now, the brain does need some glucose at all times to function at its best, but it doesn't need very much. In fact, it only allows about 20% of the glucose from the bloodstream inside the brain. Now, if you get a big blood sugar spike after you eat a sugary or starchy meal, you will also get a brain sugar spike. And what happens to that extra glucose that the brain doesn't need? It literally sticks. It sticks to important molecules and in the brain, creating these clumps of sticky, dysfunctional material called advanced glycation end products. And these will interfere with the brain's ability to communicate. And so the immune system, the brain has an immune system, and immune system cells patrol the area, and they detect these dysfunctional clumps, and they deliberately release inflammatory cytokines to create inflammation, and they release something called oxygen-free radicals to deliberately create oxidative stress. This is like the brain's emergency response system. And it's very helpful to help clear away these sticky clumps, but it's not supposed, brain is not supposed to be in emergency mode 3, 4, 5, 6 times a day. And the way most people are eating, that is exactly what's happening. So another problem, if you've got too much oxidative stress and too much inflammation, that can actually unbalance many different neurotransmitters in the brain, including serotonin, melatonin, dopamine, and perhaps most dramatically, the balance between GABA and glutamate. So GABA, you can think of GABA as the brain's brake pedal. It is the brain's calming neurotransmitter, and you can think of glutamate as the brain's gas pedal. It is the brain's excitatory neurotransmitter. So when you have too much inflammation and oxidative stress, which can happen simply because you have the wrong information about what a healthy breakfast is supposed to look like, you can see dramatic increases in the level of glutamate, the brain's gas pedal, can go up by up to 100 times its previous baseline. And that's not good because glutamate, too much glutamate is damaging. It's toxic to the brain. It directly physically damages all the important structures of the brain, including the blood-brain barrier, which protects your brain from risky substances in the general circulation. It can damage the hippocampus, the brain's learning and memory center. It can damage the mitochondria, which do many things, but the thing they're most famous for is creating energy. Another way that getting a big unnatural glucose spike in your bloodstream can cause problems is by destabilizing your hormones. So every time you get a big glucose spike in your blood, you immediately get an insulin spike in the blood to bring the glucose back down. But insulin, all by itself, would bring the glucose all the way down to 0. So the body is not stupid. It sees this falling glucose and it realizes this is potentially an emergency. And so it releases stress hormones like adrenaline and cortisol to prevent the glucose from going down too low. But what can these hormones also cause? They can cause you some mental health symptoms in between meals. They can cause you to feel panicky, shaky, anxious. They can cause you to feel irritable or moody, and they're going to create strong cravings for carbohydrate. And there we have a vicious cycle. So the more you do this, the more you want to do this. Now, the only foods that can cause dangerous spikes in glucose levels are carbohydrates, especially the refined carbohydrates. Protein and fat are incapable of causing dangerous glucose spikes. All foods can cause a rise in insulin. However, again, the carbohydrates create the largest rise in insulin, and again, particularly the refined carbohydrates. So if you're eating the wrong way, you can have glucose. If you're eating too much carbohydrate for your personal metabolism, your glucose and insulin levels in your blood are going to run too high too often. And that can lead to a situation called insulin resistance. Too much insulin, again, the body tries to resist and fight back and get things back to normal. The blood-brain barrier can become insulin resistant. Glucose will still be able to cross the blood-brain barrier easily, very easily. So even if you have severe insulin resistance, glucose still pours into the brain, but insulin is going to have a harder and harder time crossing into the brain. And that is a huge problem because brain cells can't use glucose properly or to full capacity without adequate insulin. So what you can have, if you have insulin resistance, your brain can be swimming in a sea of glucose and still be slowly starving to death because of a lack of adequate insulin. So think of it this way: the higher the blood sugar, the higher the brain sugar. But the higher the blood insulin, the lower the brain insulin. So is it any surprise then that we see more often signs of insulin resistance and sluggish brain glucose processing in all of the mental health disorders you see on this slide, especially the ones on the right-hand side: major depression, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, the so-called serious mental illnesses that Dr. Sethi mentioned before. And perhaps the strongest connection between insulin resistance and poor mental health has to do with Alzheimer's disease, which researchers started calling type 3 diabetes 20 years ago. So insulin resistance has reached epidemic proportions here in Poland. At least 39% of people in Poland have insulin resistance or pre-diabetes. at least 14% have type 2 diabetes, which is a more severe form of insulin resistance. So together, more than half of people in Poland are metabolically unhealthy. What do you do if you're in this situation? I would argue that if you have a mental health issue of any kind, or if you have insulin resistance, it makes sense to consider a ketogenic diet. Now, most people think of a ketogenic diet as a weight loss diet, and it can help you lose weight, depending on how you construct it. But it was actually originally created in 1921 to stabilize brain chemistry in children who had severe seizures, severe epilepsy. And so this diet has been used for brain health for over 100 years, and quite successfully in epilepsy. It's a very low carbohydrate, adequate protein, not excessive protein, adequate protein, and then the rest of the calories come from healthy fats. This diet doesn't just lower glucose levels, it also lowers insulin levels. And it lowers insulin levels to the point that fat burning switches on, and some of that fat gets chopped up into ketones. Ketones are just small fragments of ready-to-burn fat that cross the blood-brain barrier easily, just like glucose. So the higher your blood ketones, the higher your brain ketones. And the brain can burn ketones even in a low insulin, even a very low insulin environment, ketones burn beautifully. So even though the low insulin brain in people with insulin resistance will have trouble burning glucose for energy, it will have no problem burning ketones for energy. So now it can bridge that energy gap, and you can more fully energize cells throughout your brain. So a ketogenic diet can rescue failing brain metabolism. Many people who start a ketogenic diet notice within 3 days better mental clarity. So if we understand that eating in a way that causes high glucose and insulin levels is all it takes to create all of these root causes of mental health symptoms, then what might you think might be a better solution than adding things like medications or substances or supplements or superfoods to this scenario? What might be a better solution than addition? Subtraction. Subtraction is a very powerful intervention. It's not as easy, but it is the most powerful lever you can pull if you care, if you really care about your physical and mental health. If you replace those foods that cause dangerous glucose and insulin spikes with a whole foods, low carbohydrate or ketogenic diet, you may see dramatic reductions in all of these root causes of mental health symptoms. You may, in some cases, we've seen this many times in the research as well as in clinical practice, you may see certain mental health disorders go into full remission. And you may need less prescription medication or no prescription medication, and you may find yourself turning less often to caffeine, alcohol, and comfort foods. A whole foods ketogenic diet cools inflammation, quiets oxidative stress, balances hormones, balances neurotransmitters, and boosts brain energy. What you get is calm, focused energy once you've gotten through the transition period without any side effects, without any doctor's visits. Once you're stabilized, you have improved mental health and well-being in many cases. It is well worth considering, almost regardless of the diagnosis that you have been given. So strangely enough, one of the most powerful ways to balance your brain chemistry is by unbalancing your diet. The research in this area is exploding around the world, growing number of case reports and case series and clinical trials, observational studies, and even high-quality randomized control trials are demonstrating that the ketogenic diet shows promise for a wide variety of psychiatric disorders. And that makes sense because it improves the metabolic health of the entire brain. One of these studies was one that I co-authored in 2022, the clinical work of my good friend and colleague, Dr. Albert Donat, who is a psychiatrist who's been practicing psychiatry in Toulouse, France, for more than 35 years. Dr. Donat invited 31 of his most treatment-resistant patients with serious mental illness, major depression, schizophrenia, and bipolar disorder to come into the hospital and try a mildly ketogenic whole foods diet under his supervision. These are people who had already been ill for an average of 10 years, some for as long as 30 years. These are people who were taking an average of 5 psychiatric medicines when they came into the hospital to try the diet. And all of these people had symptoms of metabolic dysfunction, such as obesity, high blood pressure, etc. So what happened was 28 of those 31 patients were able to stay on the diet for 2 weeks or longer, which is what you need to do to start to see benefits. And every single one of those 28 people improved. And some of them improved. We actually saw 43% of them achieved clinical remission from their primary psychiatric, so-called treatment-resistant mental illness for the first time. And 64% of them left the hospital on less psychiatric medication. You just do not see results like that in standard hospital psychiatry care. Their metabolic issues improved. Almost everybody lost weight. Actually, most of the patients, almost every patient, was taking at least one antipsychotic medicine. These are notorious for causing substantial and stubborn weight gain, often dozens of pounds. And people didn't just get a little bit better, they got a lot better. 7 to 10 times better in terms of improvement on mental health scales compared to what we usually see with antipsychotic medicines and antidepressants in clinical trials. So if you are as excited about this approach as I am, stop and take a deep breath and don't run home and try this for yourself or your loved one. Learn more about it. This is not like other diets. The ketogenic diet it's a powerful biochemical intervention, and it needs to be managed with skill and care, especially if you are taking prescription medicines of any kind, if you have a health condition of any kind, if you have a history of any serious mental health symptoms. And so it's really important to learn more and consult with practitioners who have experience using these diets, and to work closely with your healthcare professionals when you're attempting to do this. I have a free directory, clinician directory on my website that might help you find somebody to work with you. So I also want to share with you a story. This is Fran. I'm going to let her tell you her story herself. This is somebody that I've known for several years now, who first came to me in 2021, I believe.
In April of 2021,
oh, can we hear this?
Apart. After sewing for a lifetime, I could no longer figure out how to thread my machine. With both diagnoses of epilepsy and mild cognitive impairment 20 years ago, I knew that it was a good chance that I was progressing into a dementia. I saw my PCP about my condition. I scored miserably enough for the PCP to highly suspect that I had Alzheimer's type dementia, and he literally told me to go and enjoy the rest of my life. This was devastating. My cognition continued to get worse, and I didn't want to live that way. So I started the ketogenic diet and implemented it to a T. And over time, I improved. I saw a neurologist who was thrilled that I was on the diet and tested me while on the diet. And I scored 27 out of 28 on his test. He said, it's time to take this tentative diagnosis off of your chart. I do know I was in serious trouble in April. Entering ketosis dramatically improved my condition to the point that I regained my ability to sew, to think more clearly, and to know that I can live like tomorrow was going to be great.
You have so much more control over your mental health than you realize. We have been fed the wrong information about nutrition for generations, which means that we have all been feeding our brains improperly for our entire lives. You deserve to explore how much better you can feel if you eat and feed the brain properly. If you or someone you love has a mental health condition of any kind, and you think you've tried everything already, please don't give up. If you're willing to try one more thing, hope is on the menu. Thank you.
Stay with us because we have 2 questions for you, Georgia.
Yes.
Thank you, Georgia.
Yes.
It was great. So just in a second we will put the headphones. Rafał, jak tutaj się zorientujesz, to zapraszamy ze słuchawkami.
Is this lunch?
Yes, this is lunch. Lunch is almost ready. It's still moving.
Nice and fresh. Yes.
Dziękujemy bardzo, Georgi. Za chwilkę jeszcze zadamy
Thank you, Georgia. We are going to ask her 2 questions because metabolic psychiatry is very important part of medicine, and we have to take this advantage. I'm going to ask her a question. Georgia, stay between us.
What's happening?
Not many people know and are aware that we, as a foundation of brothers and as a publishing house, we translated your amazing book. So we have a question. Mateusz has a question about the book.
What was the... Jaki był... Polish.
English.
As well. Actually, I will speak in English.
Okay.
Okay.
I will not speak in Polish.
What was the main reason for you to write this book, Change Your Diet, Change Your Mind?
To give people hope and to help show them that they have the power to improve their own mental health by making the right kinds of dietary changes.
Was there any cases, was there any patients, was there any situations that inspired you to write this great book? And tell us the story.
I mean, every patient I see. And so really, the thing that helps me get up every morning and do the work that I do is because before, the way I practiced, no matter how hard I worked and no matter how hard patients tried, they just weren't getting that much better. And so my practice was filling up with patients that just weren't getting that much better. And now the way I practice now, every patient I see, I can give them hope from the first day. And you change the conversation from, I am the doctor, I have this information, I'm going to give you this medicine, and I'm going to try to figure out a way to convince you to take it for the rest of your life in many cases, even though it's going to cause side effects like weight gain and sexual side effects, and you're not going to have as much joyful feelings, or you may lose your ability to have all your full range of emotions. Now I can just say, look, this is a very hopeful situation. For example, I was working recently with a patient with bipolar disorder, bipolar type 2, which is instead of manic episodes and depression, this person had what are called hypomanic episodes, sort of milder manic symptoms, high energy symptoms, and severe depression for many years. He was a father with 2 children, married, and had a lot of anxiety and depression. And we changed his diet together because I can't do this for you. You have to do this for yourself. And so then when you do, you own the treatment, and then you can feel pride in what you have accomplished and see for yourself what's possible. So he changed his diet, and within 2 weeks he said to me, maybe there was never anything wrong with me to begin with. Maybe there was just something wrong with my diet.
Wow. And brawo. I prawda jest taka, jeszcze jedno ostatnie
And the
pytanie,
truth
bo
is, the last
niestety
question, because unfortunately, depression, major depression, this is one of the most common diseases in the world today. Unfortunately, WHO estimates that this is the main reason of disability. And probably there are many people here with depression today asking a question, where should I start from? What would you tell them? What would you recommend to these people? Where should they start from?
Take all of the junk out of your diet and just eat whole plant and animal foods. It's a safe step for everybody. You don't need special professional help. If you're not starting a ketogenic diet, just eat whole foods. Like I usually start with a paleo diet, which is, meats and fruits and vegetables and nuts and eggs. No junk, no alcohol, no added sugars, no flours, no grains, no legumes. Just real whole foods like we would have eaten thousands of years ago. And that diet is a diet that doesn't need any special medical supervision because it's not a ketogenic diet.
Okay. No to teraz już naprawdę ostatnie
Okay,
pytanie.
and really the last question. Despite the dietetic treatment, diet, do you have your own standards or recommendation of other treatment like psychotherapy or other tools you can recommend that they help in this diet change?
Yeah, the beautiful thing about dietary interventions is you don't have to use them alone, and they shouldn't be used alone. Many other strategies can improve brain health and brain metabolism. These include getting sunlight, fresh air, love, purpose, connection, good sleep, support, and exercise. Lots of these other strategies to make a healthy body and a healthy mind, they still matter. And so some people find psychotherapy very helpful. It really depends, actually what the studies show is it doesn't really depend so much on the type of psychotherapy, but the strength of the relationship between the therapist and the patient. It's really that human healing connection, which is the most powerful intervention when it comes to psychotherapy.
Świetnie. Bardzo dziękujemy to Georgia, ale you will not miss this meat and this one.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And you have to throw this meat. It's now your time. Kto chce? Mamy! Dziękujemy bardzo.
All right, thank you.
Słuchajcie, przyszedł czas na przerwę, spokojnie. Zjedzcie sobie obiad, odpocznijcie, obiady są po obu stronach. Prosimy Was, spotkajmy się tutaj o 15:10. Zapraszamy na kolejny wykład. O 15:10 będzie to Nina Tejchol. Zapraszamy Was serdecznie. Do zobaczenia.
Zapraszamy na przerwę obiadową. To kolejna świetna okazja, by wymienić się doświadczeniami i nawiązać nowe, niesamowite znajomości. Smacznego i do zobaczenia po przerwie. We invite you to a lunch break. This is another great opportunity to share experiences and make amazing new connections. Enjoy your meal and see you after the break.
Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, Zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas do Akademii. Właśnie rozpoczęliśmy rekrutację na nasze studia podyplomowe, terapie niskowęglowodanowe z elementami psychiatrii metabolicznej. To nie są studia, które można zrobić dla papierka. Nie ma takiej opcji. Jeżeli chcesz praktycznej wiedzy, jeżeli chcesz mieć wiedzę, dzięki której Twoim pacjentom chcesz wycofywać choroby metaboliczne, zapraszamy na te studia.
Wykładowcy nasi będą praktykami, są praktykami, ale też dostaniecie gotowe protokoły, czyli rzeczy, które działają w ich gabinetach. Dodatkowo będą jeszcze środy, to już takie fakultatywne zajęcia, aby pokazać Wam jeszcze więcej przypadków, jeszcze więcej praktycznych rzeczy.
My będziemy wykładowcami, będziemy surowi, będziemy karać wszystkich, którzy nie będą mieli zeszytów.
Może nawet oblejemy pół roku. Zobaczymy.
Będziecie czekać w kolejkach. braciarodzeń.pl, zakładka studia. Chodźcie do nas do Akademii.
Jeszcze jak ktoś nam da mikrofon, to będzie dobre. Słuchajcie.
Okay, so we need the phone. We need a mic, sorry. Let's start, take your seats, because soon on the stage you will see and hear another speaker. We don't want to increase your cortisol levels because we already did it Just join us.
Mamy jeszcze kilka
We have still
minut,
some
ale wracamy
time.
wszystkich z powrotem.
But
Dla
please,
potwierdzenia wam
let's
powiemy,
get
że nawet
back
jak
here.
podskoczył, to normalne.
If you have cortisol spike, that's totally normal. But it's best for it to drop later. So it shouldn't be under the influence of muffins with sugar. Yes, we had muffins, but these muffins were keto. So if you want to try them, they are still available. So we had a discussion. We talked about something. Nina Timos will be here speaking, and she said that she witnessed Tim Knox case. If you don't know him, he is a professor, icon of low-carb lifestyle, who in the South Africa is a physician. And when he admitted that he gave wrong recommendations to his patients and changed his clinical practice to low carb, the Dietitian Association in South Africa sued him. And Nina Tajos, who is going to speak now, told me something about the story. On one hand, Knox, professor, jury, they were all proponents of keto diet, and on the other side, Association of dietetics, 16 of them. And Nina had a 3-long defense case, testimony, and the dietitians on high carb didn't even manage to hear her. They asked for a break every 10 minutes. They were all sad, sick, and probably insulin resistant. And 100% on this side, on the other case, said we can do it even for 10 hours because we are on keto diet and we are strong. And they won finally the case, and the judge who conducted the case actually became friends with low-carb diet proponents. Let's wait several minutes because this is a very important lecture. So take your seats quickly, and we are going to start soon. A very important lecture about how guidelines are being created and how food and pharmaceutical industries affect creation of such guidelines. So they really also change our way of thinking, the way we think about food. And the next lecture is going to be about law. It's going to be very interesting, and I take full responsibility for that. Lawyer will conduct this lecture, and yesterday he was our guest at the meeting with physicians, dietitians, and professionals. And today this is going to be adapted to our audience. I can't wait for his lecture. It will open your eyes. Where are the muffins, by the way? We have a DJ that yesterday came back from work because you were playing at the wedding and probably you ate a lot of muffins. Do you want one more? Are you thinking of going on keto? Can you tell me if there was a fountain with chocolate? This is something very trendy at weddings. Tell us what happened during the wedding. And maybe you can play a famous song played at weddings about drinking shot of vodka. No, don't play that. I don't remember when I attended the wedding. Another song is Ona jemu winna or Kiss Your Bride.
Dobra, słuchajcie. Jakiś czas temu,
Okay, some time
to
ago,
było kilkadziesiąt lat temu,
thousands of years ago, in Switzerland? No, not in Switzerland. We didn't meet everyone in Switzerland. We met Nina actually in Switzerland. Yes, that's the truth. So many years ago, there was a thesis. The world assumed that saturated fat, so animal fat, is the main cause of cardiovascular disease and other diseases such as stroke, cerebral stroke. This thesis was confirmed by the prominent study of Ansel Keys. And since then, we were forbidden to eat meat, there was ban on butter, and instead of lard, we were told to use plant oils and margarine or rapeseed oil. Another speaker who is going to be on the stage is an expert in demystifying the myths. She's the myth buster. The main myths she's dealing is saturated fat, but her passion and main interest is following the flow of money between the industry and medical associations that set up recommendations and guidelines that you later receive at your dietitian office, Dr. Pszeniczny, Dr. Wheat, and other mainstream specialists. Yesterday, Nina gave a lecture, and we were informed that based on one systematic review about conflict of interest in the scientific panel that sets guidelines in US, that the conflict of interest is not 95% level. So 95% of representatives of dietitians, professors, physicians receive financing from the industry, agricultural one or pharmaceutical one. And I don't have to ask a question, do you think that's a good combination or not? But our next speaker is going to tell you more about it. Nina Tejholz, big round of applause.
Welcome, Nina. It's nice to see you on this stage.
Hello.
The stage is yours.
And this is yours. Thank you. Dzień dobry, Wrocław. And that's all I know. So, you are here today because you are looking for reliable information. And let's face it, we have a very confusing information landscape that we live in now. It is contradictory, conflicting, confusing. One day, we've been told for so long that eggs are bad for health because of cholesterol, especially don't eat the yolks. Then we learn eggs are great and all the vitamins are in the yolks. Then you see another report saying, wait, eggs are bad after all. And what about red meat? We've been told red meat is like a superfood, or maybe it causes every known disease. And maybe you eat red meat, but still you wonder, does it cause heart disease? Will I have a heart attack? So this is so confusing for everybody. And then maybe you go to the science to try to figure it out. And on the one side, you have the fancy universities and the government saying, hey, we have all these studies and we have more people in our studies. And then over here, you have the Bracia Rodzeń saying, hey, we have our studies over here. And I would say these are have more rigorous methodology, But how are you to judge between these two battling piles of science on either side? You think, it will take me years to understand this. Well, I did spend years. I'm a journalist. I started out my career in a government-funded radio station. I was a vegetarian. And I was bit by a bug of interest in this subject. It became like an obsession for me. And I spent 9 years researching for my book, reading thousands of studies, interviewing hundreds of scientists. And I came out with a book that said, much to my surprise, that everything that we had learned was wrong, and the truth was the reverse. The good fats were bad, the bad fats were good, a low-fat diet actually caused disease. We had long eaten red meat, that was obvious. And I found out what I thought was the truth for what really makes us healthy. So that's a very powerful truth because so many of us are sick. And my book, it came out 10 years ago. It was on the cover of magazines around the world. I was on TV all the time. And I thought, great, now is the moment for change. And I actually formed an organization to try to bring this information to our government, our public authorities. Because, forgive me for my naiveness, I thought maybe they just don't know. Maybe it's just an honest mistake that they left out all these studies when they made our national policy. Well, it turns out nobody wanted to know the truth. And in fact, I was attacked relentlessly for what I was trying to bring to light. And that's when, as a journalist, I decided I really needed to document and expose the forces that are pushing back on the good science, why you don't know, why you cannot get from almost any of your doctors or any public health source, why you cannot get the information you need to get healthy. So I wanted to pull back the curtain on what are conflicts of interest and who are the forces at work here, even ideological interests. So we're going to explore just a few of those today because I could talk all day long about this. So to start, we're going to talk about how food guidelines are made. This is the most powerful pyramid ever published. It's from the United States. We were the first country to get in the business of national guidelines in 1980. This pyramid became now this useless graphic. And this pyramid, these national guidelines started 45 years ago, and they're put out by these two departments in our government. But the more important one is this one, the United States Department of Agriculture. They're the main ones doing the science, overseeing it. And they are, in turn, advised by a committee that is selected every 5 years of top experts to review the science and update the guidelines. So this is one of those committees. And these are the most powerful people in the world, do you understand? Because they decide our guidelines, and our guidelines are used and followed by the whole world. So not one of our better export products. This is a study that I did that I think they were just talking about. I initiated the study and was a co-author. It was the first time that anybody had done a systematic review of all the conflicts of interest on any dietary guideline advisory committee. Again, the most powerful committee in the world. We found that 95% of this 20-person committee had one or more conflicts with a food or pharmaceutical company. By conflicts, I mean things like they're paid to do research, they sit on a board, they might be an employee, they get some kind of funding in some other way. More than half of the panel had 30 such conflicts or more. There were a total of 700 conflicts, and one member had 152 ties with food or pharma. I also found that we looked at the USDA, again, which is the agency that leads the guidelines. The very office that oversees the guidelines has formal partnerships with food companies. Formal partnerships. They have regular meetings. They have to go over goals. These companies have to promote the guidelines, and those companies are inside the USDA meeting with those officials. It includes Nestle, which is one of the world's biggest companies. And there were more than 100 of these partnerships. So what is the result? This is the cover page of our guidelines, and I'll just give you a few highlights. They include still 6 servings of grains per day, including 3 servings of refined grains, and that is often translates into just sugary cereals for our kids in their school lunches or in hospitals or wherever those are served. Up to 10% of calories is sugar, 5.5 teaspoons as seed oils. They're mostly soybean oil, and no natural fats. This is for every American 2 years or older. I think that many of us would know that is not a healthy diet. And your food pyramid is much the same as ours. Where does your food pyramid come from? Well, originally it comes from ours, but it's exactly the same. Fat is limited to 30% of calories or less. Saturated fat is less than 10%. You're supposed to increase your whole grains, reduce red and processed meat. All of that comes from our guidelines, exactly the same. And it's the same low-fat, high-carbohydrate diet that we've had for the last 45 years. Your guidelines come from the US to the World Health Organization to the European Union. That is the trajectory. Your guidelines are transmitted now by the World Health Organization all over the world. These are the various countries that they're in. This is a paper that helps you understand what are the forces on the World Health Organization, which is responsible for your guidelines. They looked, do you understand this now? Everybody get this? This is a map of all the influencers who are trying to influence the United Nations. So, and it's an influence map. The red circles are the food corporations. And these are dominated by Unilever, the Coca-Cola company, the Pepsi company, Nestle, and Danone, which is a yogurt company. And the gray circles are the public interest groups. So these are some of the public interest groups that affect policy. And you think, they look great, right? Sustainable food, agriculture, that all sounds very good. Well, this paper that I just showed you, this is what they analyzed. Who's behind these groups? It turns out that for this one, for instance, these are all the companies, Mars is one of their founders. So is Nestle, one of their founders. So is Unilever. So is Danone. These are the founders, and this paper found that 100% of the governance positions were filled by ultra-processed food companies in this so-called public interest group. The same was true of this group. These are the founders. Also, 100% of governance positions were filled by ultra-processed food companies. And so was EAT. Maybe you've heard of the EAT Lancet diet. Those are the founders, the World Council for Sustainable Development, all corporations of different kinds. These were 100% corporate interest posing as public interest groups. So, and another 15 of these public interest groups have at least 50% of their governance positions filled by executives from the ultra-processed food industry. So what are their interests? They say their interest is environmental sustainability. That generally means getting rid of livestock, getting rid of cows, and transferring over to industrial foods. They are required by law to make a profit. That is their obligation to their shareholders. And they are definitely not operating in the interest of human health, because that is not what they are required to do by their shareholders. So the authors of this paper said it is a critical point that at these meetings that are supposed to influence the United Nations, the producers of whole, minimally processed foods are excluded from most of these interest groups. They're not at the table. Livestock, meat, dairy are not part of this conversation. I want to give you a sense of what this is being recommended at the level of the United Nations. This is the Planetary Health Diet, so it's for the planet. The decision is, the implicit decision is, it's okay if this diet is not good for human health because we need a healthy planet, even if we have to suffer on it. This is their graphic. Look, it looks pretty good. Lots of fruits and vegetables, but what does it come down to? It has more than 50% of calories as carbohydrates. Only 3% of calories are actually from vegetables. 8 teaspoons of sugar a day. A tiny amount of red meat. It is literally this much red meat a day you are allowed to eat. And it's deficient in certain vitamins, like the kind of vitamin A you can absorb, vitamin D, vitamin B12, only in animal foods, potassium, calcium, and iron. So this is not a diet that can actually sustain human life. These are vitamins, they're not optional for health, they're essential for health. So this is an anti-human diet that cannot sustain human health. So when they show this plate, this looks friendly and full of vegetables, but in fact, what they're recommending is a diet high in carbohydrates and sugar that is basically ultra-processed foods. So this diet is being unleashed across the planet, and it's coming in through cities. It is not in Poland yet, so stay strong. And I just want to touch on one way in which we are being manipulated and influenced, part of the playbook. Let's say you've heard of the tobacco industry playbook. This has been going on in the food world for even longer. One of their methods is to try to frame the narratives of the way that we think about health. So let me give you an example. This is an old ad, obviously, but it says sugar can be the willpower you need to undereat. So now we know that sugar induces overeating and cravings, as Dr. Eid explained in her lecture. In this ad, you can actually see that it was funded by the sugar industries. That now seems very old-fashioned to us. The way that these messages go out to the public are much more sophisticated now. I'll just give you this example. This is the Global Energy Balance Network that was operating all over the world until about 10 years ago. And this was what they spread. The message they spread was, obesity is just about calories in, calories out. You cut the calories, eat less, and exercise more, right? It doesn't matter if you are eating a cup of red meat or a cup of chocolate bars, they're the same. You just have to exercise them off and not eat too much. It's also known as the energy balance theory. So, who is the Global Energy Balance Network? It was registered at the headquarters of Coca-Cola. Coke donated $1.5 million to this group to start, and it has given $4 million to its founding members. So it's basically a Coke organization, which was discovered by the New York Times and others, and here's an article from 2015, which makes it clear that this group was trying to shift the blame for obesity away from bad diets, take the focus off the food. Coca-Cola is backing a new science-based solution to the obesity crisis. To maintain a healthy weight, get more exercise. All you have to do is get more exercise. I hope you all know that if you eat a chocolate bar that's like 250 calories, you will be exercising at least an hour to try to get that, to burn those calories. It is not an efficient way to deal with your calories coming in. It's far better to eat more healthfully. And this is what a vice president, who was also a university professor of the Global Energy Balance Network, said. He said, they're not eating too much, they're eating too much, they're blaming fast food, blaming sugary drinks, and there's virtually no compelling evidence, in fact, that this is the cause. It's not the food that is the problem, is their message. Despite evidence that exercise has only minimal impact on weight compared with what people consume, that's an observation from the New York Times that is actually calling us back to the real science, which is that you cannot exercise away a bad diet. Exercise makes very little difference when it comes to weight loss. Here's one more example I just want to give you on how the narrative is shaped on obesity, and this goes back to our Dietary Guideline Committee. Here's one member from Harvard, and she went on 60 Minutes, one of our top news shows, to say, the number one cause of obesity is genetics. That means if you have the disease, even with optimal diet, exercise, sleep management, and stress management, you can't beat it. Which is basically saying, this was the takeaway is, we cannot treat our way out of the obesity epidemic. No matter how much you exercise or diet, it's genetic. Which is another way of saying, don't even try, it's all hopeless. And we understand the backstory here is that she was paid a lot of money by the companies that give you the weight loss shots, right? I don't know what they're called here, but they're made by Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly. So her message was, don't bother trying because we'll just give you a shot. I'm going to skip that. And this is another global group, very influential, chapters all over the world. Its members are, well, it describes itself as a public charity engaged for the public good. But what is it really? Also founded by a Coca-Cola executive in 1978. Two of their presidents came straight out of Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is a large and consistent donor. Coca-Cola seems to be everywhere. And other large food companies are also large donors to this group. So ILSI is basically a bunch of food companies and other kinds of companies. And they were called out for being a food industry lobby group, even though they're call themselves a public interest group. This was just found out by the New York Times, the BMJ, British Medical Journal. And this is the product of their work. They put out a huge major review saying, is sugar really bad for you? You know, when there's a question mark like that, their answer is no. And that also was called out eventually, that they were funding this study and trying to distort the science that was basically out of the tobacco industry playbook. So I'm going to skip this because I think we're out of time here. I want to just give you one more, a little bit of instruction about how this nutrition landscape is so completely corrupted at every point along the way. Every scientific study, or so many of them, are funded directly by the food industry, and that generates headlines, and here's one of them. So this is a headline, the best breakfast cereals for weight loss. I just want to remind you that even stone ground oats, even healthy oatmeal, instantly becomes sugar when you eat it. All breakfast cereals are sugar, and that makes you gain weight. So the study says, whole grain consumption seems to cause lower body weight. And if you read the study, the results don't say that at all. But they know that most people will only read this short abstract. If you look in the acknowledgments, it says, thank you, Project Health Grain, for support. Well, this is a little clever because most people don't know what health grain is. So I went and looked up health grain, and I found out that it's an independent group. It's funded by industry, and here are two of its board members. One is from Barilla Pasta, and the other is from Mondelez International, which is a giant food company. So you can play this game with almost any study, and you will often find that there is an industry source for the funding. So what we discover is that industry funding really influences every step of the way, from the scientists to the studies to the policy, and it comes in through the media. in so many ways. I wish I had time to tell you more. What can you do? And you're also thinking probably, how depressing? Why did the Bracia Rodzeń bring such a depressing speaker onto the stage? And I'm here to tell you that information really is power. You really need to know where your information is coming from. And what you can do with that information is, well, first of all, be skeptical of everything. Unfortunately, it's not always a happy way to live, but it's super important to keep your skepticism healthy. Although not all skeptics are correct, right? We also know that. That would be a fallacy. Not every skeptic is correct. And the other thing I would say is trust your own observations, especially with diet. If you are getting better, you feel better, your blood markers are improving, do not let yourself be intimidated by your doctor saying, yeah, everything looks better, but careful of that dangerous diet. Trust your own observations about how you feel in your own body. And seek out that information. This truth is really a form of justice. Truth about our health and our well-being is the kind of essential truth that we need to be fully human. So I hope you will embrace this all for your mission and for everyone around you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nina.
Thank you very much. Where are you? Nina, this is for you as a gift to remember.
Thank you.
And of course, this is the time to throw the meat.
Throw the meat?
This is the meat, and you have to
Oh, I have to throw it?
meat.
I don't get to keep it?
You can. Hopa! Brawo, dziękujemy bardzo.
Thank you, Nina.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now you can have a rest. Zdajemy sobie sprawę, że
We are aware
bardzo
that
ważna jest aktywność fizyczna.
your physical
ale tak jak Nina
exercise is
powiedziała,
important,
nie taka
but as Nina
proponowana jest
said,
na
not the
przykład,
one
żeby
promoted
Coca-Colę
by Coca-Cola
budząca poczucie winy.
that make you feel guilty. Yeah, I recently was informed that the last speaker was in agenda written as an expert in metabolic disease. I don't know if he is aware of this mistake. No, because he has nothing to do with sport, maybe only recreational one. He is a lawyer. And when we were studying, we were repeated that every young, ambitious physician should have one ambitious lawyer at hand. But Arkadiusz Tetela is a lawyer who devoted all his time and energy to defend physicians, especially those who are courageous enough to challenge the system, challenge the guidelines. So please, big round of applause to Arkadiusz Tetela.
Konkretnie.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Do ciebie. Do dzieła.
So, you can start.
Kochani, witam Was.
Welcome, everyone.
Niesamowite.
That's amazing, amazing. I was a speaker on many different stages, but this is the first time for me. Ala stulecia, wow.
Tak, wczoraj miałem lekcję.
Yesterday I had a speech for the closed group, the current medical knowledge in the light of the law,
W szczególności tym formalnym.
especially in the formal law. And today organizers surprised me because on the agenda
Sport a metabolizm.
the title is Sport and Metabolism. As they mentioned, I have nothing to do.
Jeśli uda mi się uprzedzić
So,
moją żonę, to
well,
pójdę z psem na spacer.
I will
Rzadko się
walk
zdarza.
my dog today, probably, instead of my wife.
Kiedyś uprawiałem
I
żeglarstwo.
used to sail quite a lot.
Nadal lubię żeglować.
I still like sailing,
Ale
but
żeglarstwo, a metabolizm?
sailing and metabolism,
Boję się wpływać na te wody.
I don't think I'm going to talk about that
zakładam,
today.
że
So I assume
z prawdopodobieństwem graniczącym
that
z
with the
pewnością
probability or almost certainty, this is big pharma
a więc tym bardziej
mistake, so they don't want to listen to me. So I will repeat myself. I will tell you the truth. I will tell you about the current medical knowledge in the light of the law. I'm not going to tell you what's the actually the current medical knowledge, but I will tell you this in the formal sense. I will try to explain to you why
czasami może być
sometimes
trudno,
it
aby
might be
wrzucić do
difficult
tego
to
worka o
put in
nazwie
this
aktualna
bag
wiedza
called current
medyczna
medical knowledge
jakieś oficjalne zalecenia,
official guidelines,
sposoby wycofywania chorób,
ways of retracting
jeśli one nie
diseases,
wiążą
if
się
they are
w
not
jakiś sposób
in line
z producentem
with
farmaceutycznym.
the pharmaceutical manufacturer.
Pierwsza,
The
najważniejsza
first and
ustawa,
most important
której
act,
przygotowując tą prelekcję,
and when I was
to
presenting
szukać,
this
to jest
speech,
ustawa o
I
zawodzie
searched
lekarza i
for
lekarza
is the act on the profession of physicians and dentists. And in Article 4 in this act we read, a physician is obliged to practice their profession in accordance with current medical knowledge. The methods and the means of prevention, diagnosis and treatment of diseases available to them in accordance with the principles of professional ethics and with due diligence. And this is the moment where we see the bag, the current medical knowledge bag. If you follow the further part of this act, you won't find any formal definition. I'm talking about guidelines which should be searched if you want to find framework of the current medical knowledge. Legal system assumes the role of rational, reasonable legislator that creates the law. And in this case, the role of the lawyer is to search for explanation. That's why I downloaded the commentary to this act under the editor Professor Zielińska, who says, keeping up with advances in medical knowledge is not easy. It is estimated that there are currently about 1 million randomized clinical trials considered highly reliable, available worldwide, and more than 7,000 new publications in this field of knowledge appear every week. Note, therefore, it is recommended that specialized entities, mainly medical scientific associations, create standards based on the current state of medical knowledge and scientific evidence. This is the first information, commentary that worried me, because it gives you something that affects our health, so setting up the guidelines, but we now know that some kind of associations decide about it. They set up the rules, and based on many studies, they should be competent enough to create such standards. Another act that we analyzed is the Act on Medical Chambers. In this act, we won't find the definition, legal framework of the current medical knowledge. But there are some articles, like Article 53 and 83, saying that members of the medical chambers are subject to professional liability for violations of medical ethics and regulations related to the practice of medicine, hereinafter referred to as professional misconduct. So, if physicians won't work according to the guidelines, then it can be treated as a professional misconduct. It sounds, relatively okay, but the medical chamber is the one to judge physicians, and among the penalties is, for example, the prohibition or suspension of the right to the practice, deprivation of the right to the practice, to the profession. So this is not a medical court. Medical court is professional court and may impose the following penalties, right? And they do it in practice, even if they didn't define formal framework of something that we name current medical knowledge that physicians should adhere to. Next, the Code of Medical Ethics. Here, we won't find the definition of current medical knowledge, but there are many different provisions that refer to this notion. In order to fulfill their duties, physicians shall retain the freedom to act professionally in accordance with their conscience and current medical knowledge. Article 6. A physician has the freedom to choose the method of treatment that he or she considers most effective. However, he or she should limit medical activities to those that are actually necessary for the patient in accordance with the current state of knowledge. A physician shall not use methods that have been scientifically verified. A physician should carry out and document diagnostics, therapeutic or preventative procedures according to current medical knowledge, but still no legal framework how this medical knowledge should be created and by, well, we know that associations create such guidelines. Since January 1st this year, we have a new code of medical ethics, and in this code we have new provisions that we called Lex Rodzeń. Why Lex Rodzeń? Article 78. A physician should draw the attention of the public, the authorities, and each patient to the importance of health protection and to environmental threats. Paragraph 2. Through their conduct and public statements, well, that was added. Physicians must not promote anti-health attitudes, not according to the current medical knowledge, even though they don't state legal framework of that. Physicians should set an example of proper health studies and take care of their own health and well-being. So far, if there was any case of physicians speaking out, medical courts were trying to treat it as the fact that physician cannot promote anti-health attitudes, and we counteracted if that we cannot actually challenge competences of a physician, and we said that here the legislator treated this like that, when the physician was overusing alcohol, or not when he or she speaks, when the physician wants to educate the public. The case finished with sentencing one physician. This is now in the highest court, and we were waiting the decision. But they actually didn't wait for the sentence. They changed the code of medical ethics in the meantime, and they added that the physician should, with their behavior and public statements, not promote anti-health attitudes. So, according to the current medical knowledge. Moreover, Article 3, when speaking in the public forum attended by non-physicians, including the media, internet, social networking sites, so speaking about scientific discoveries, medical technologies, diagnostics or therapies, physicians should ensure that their statements are based on current medical knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, the science is about the continuous progress, new research, new studies. Scientists themselves, they sometimes are not sure, and they don't give results just like that. And when you speak publicly, you have to be 100% sure that your opinion is in accordance with the current medical knowledge. I think that this is a response to how popular other alternative methods of treatments are so popular, not associated with the use of drugs, but maybe dietary guidelines, dietary opinions. So, tell me, is there any science that uses censorship in the public discourse, scientific public discourse? If you don't want to discuss, if you don't want to use proper argument, preventative censorship, according to the Polish constitution, is banned. You cannot use it. And in this case, such provision, well, includes the physicians in the medical chamber, and this is their obligation. Another provisions that I analyzed and look for frameworks, legal frameworks of current medical knowledge is Article 65. A physician shall not cooperate with persons involved in treating who are not authorized to do so. As far as I heard today, and what the brothers write and what they say in Georgia Eat and her publications, you claim, you believe, you practice that retracting diseases that are not treatable according to the official information provided by the system, you do it with the use of a diet, for example. Or you indicate the necessity of the treatment, psychological treatment, that some of these diseases has genesis in the brain or mental problems. So there is an assumption that you cannot cooperate as a physician with a dietitian when you want to treat disease. Dietitian doesn't have to be a physician, or if you cooperate with a psychologist who doesn't have to be a physician. Yes, it's a different profession. I don't understand that. So it is allowed that treatment is restricted only to a physician who prescribes drugs. As I said before, law doesn't like gaps, so in terms of understanding how this actual knowledge, the current knowledge is created, besides this commentary, we referred to the statements, court statements and decisions that limit this understanding of the law in the medical aspect, in the medical law. And these decisions indicated also that medical associations should do it. That's why when I was thinking about the problem, I analyzed the problem of information available online. According to public data, pharmaceutical companies declared in their transparency reports that in 2024 they donated at least 1,171,946,000 Polish zlotys to medical community only in 1 year, on behalf of the medical community. So there is a question that some of this money was provided to medical chambers or associations whose doctrine allowed them to create guidelines, which are recommendations to create current medical knowledge. This is one of the decisions as the one indicating such case about creating current medical knowledge. It brings nothing because according to that, the physician should follow the law and the principles of social coexistence. It doesn't refer to particular information, so it doesn't give us anything. Another decision in this system states that the term current medical knowledge cannot refer to online publications, brochures from medical equipment manufacturers, scientific articles I don't know why, but to the entirety of medical knowledge, including theses confirmed by documented and formalized clinical trials. The methods allowed to use are the knowledge represented by medical associations, authoritative scientific associations. These principles must correspond to accepted views that are not subject to discussion and are based on almost unanimous agreement. Rarely in the science, in science, something is unanimous, right? These associations are, with authority, are usually medical associations created by physicians based on the Act on Associations, and they get money from manufacturers. Big Pharma. Moreover, if we are going to think about the limits of what's the current medical knowledge, we had a case when a physician was sentenced by the regional medical court without any reference to research that she referred to, without an opinion of an expert, because medical court stated that online, on her Facebook page, she published the training, and this is not in accordance with the Supreme Medical Court. So in this case, what is current medical knowledge wasn't even decided by expert. It was not in accordance with any medical associations, but it was something that the Presidium of Supreme Medical Court deemed the one violating are not in accordance with their current medical knowledge. In the traditional court, not medical court, that would be unacceptable to sentence someone for a behavior based on the association decided that it's not ethical.
However, there is hope in terms of shaping what is considered a current medical knowledge. There was a court proceeding, collective proceedings conducted in different medical chambers, also by the Wrocław Medical Chamber. The doctors that instigated this procedure had a different view in terms of combating the pandemics in 2021. They wanted to have a discussion about it, and then the Ombudsman of citizens' rights decided that, well, in the opinion of the Ombudsman, presenting views that are not in line with the prevailing scientific position, provided that they are based on reliable scientific research, cannot lead to professional liability proceedings against these doctors. The Ombudsman was right in this respect, but what do you think? How did the medical court reacted? Well, it said that, well, it's not important. The notion to punish those doctors was important, and the proceedings is still ongoing. So the Ombudsman position is ignored, that defends the doctors and that defends the acting against the official definition of the current medical knowledge. These associations that are named by the doctrine, by the legislation, are, for example, Polish Diabetological Association. On the 25th of August this year, we sent them some questions. Acting on my own behalf, I hereby request the Polish Diabetes Association to access to the information about cash benefits transferred directly or indirectly in the years 2015-2025 by any pharmaceutical companies to the Polish Diabetes Association and the following members of its management board. And I pointed out here 12 former and current members of the board. In particular, I request you to indicate whether this association and its board members received any financial benefits from pharmaceutical companies in these years, and if so, in which years and in what amount. That was the first part of the question. Second, in addition, I request to provide me with accurate and comprehensive information on the scientific evidence on which the Polish Diabetes Association based its recommendations for 2025 regarding the consumption of carbohydrates in the diet of people with type 2 diabetes of up to 60%, together with a full list of studies and publications referred to by this association. Do you know what was the answer of this association to my questions? On September 11, 2 days ago, we got the answer. Acting on behalf of the board of the association, in response to your questions, justified by the right to access public information, I hereby inform you that the association will not give you answers to these questions. Will not give answers. As the basis of your questions, you showed the Act on Access to Public Information that provides that everyone has the right to access public information. However, Polish Diabetes Association may not answer your question for 2 reasons. First, our information are not public in the understanding of the article of the Act, and as a consequence, is not also an entity obliged within the Article 4 of the Act. Which is not true, ladies and gentlemen. Polish Diabetes Association, in line with its statute, creates and updates in the recommendations based on the current information, cooperates with the National Health Fund in defining the standards of operation, publishes recommendations and algorithms for doctors and specialists, educates medical staff on current procedures. This is from the statute. So how can you say that this association, in accordance with its statute, cannot influence the public situation of any one of us? Very often when there is a case against a doctor, any physician, in the medical court, we are referring, or the lawyers are referring, to the opinions or positions of given associations and its recommendations. If there is an expert witness, which is not that often, again, this expert witness, in their opinion, very often refers to WHO or scientific associations' recommendations. In another case, this was the screening of Polish Allergy Society. And for the years 19, 20, 21, these are the amounts sent by the pharmaceutics producers in terms of salaries, sponsorships, grants, hundreds of thousands of zlotys per transfer. And regardless of the association, actually, it's Diabetes Association, Allergies Association, Vaccines Association. This pattern continues and repeats itself. Why do I say that? Because, well, if we have undermined confidence in the expert's knowledge or impartiality or other important reasons, another expert is appointed. And this is obvious. And this is in the Code of Criminal Procedure in Poland. And in the cases of medical courts, this is not the case. Usually there is, a statement by this doctor on Facebook, then there's a proceeding instigated, then expert witness, if there is an expert witness appointed, that would be a physician very often that is in the conflict of interest, that would show that, yes, this first doctor was not in line with the current medical knowledge, then the decision of the national regional medical court, then Supreme Medical Court, and then the doctor who is obliged to be part of the medical chamber can take their case, their problems outside, let's say, and go to the General Supreme Court. Only then. And usually that will be the time when they are already suspended in exercising their profession, just for the views they've expressed. That is why I think that, well, today, from the perspective of fighting for our health, is to free up the profession of a physician from the obligation of association to a medical chamber. In 2010, back then the Ombudsman of Citizens' Rights has issued such a case, and he said that, well, compulsory membership for professional association in Poland is contrary to the constitution, since he said that, well, there is freedom of association in the Polish constitution, but also the freedom of not belonging to any association, and compulsory membership restricts this freedom. And then professional associations perform public functions. So they are disciplinary proceedings, issue licenses to a profession, and so on. So the Ombudsman questioned whether this is necessary to automatically and compulsory associate all representatives of a given profession in order to perform such tasks. Another thing pointed out by the Ombudsman: inequality before the law. Some professions of public trust are subject to compulsory membership, like doctors or lawyers, while others are of similar nature, like, for example, teachers, are not. So this raises the question of the legitimacy of such differentiation. Doubts about self-government. If membership of professions of public trust is compulsory and the professional self-government performs public tasks by virtue of law, then in essence it is no longer a voluntary association but a form of a public authority. This may undermine the meaning of the term professional self-government. This case was in 2010 was to be solved, and I fully agree with these arguments, actually. Unfortunately, this ombudsman died in the Smolensk plane catastrophe, and then his successor withdrew that case. So that is why this problem has not been yet resolved, and it's growing, I would say. To summarize, the concept of current medical knowledge raises discrepancies in court rulings. Its framework is not defined by any framework. It was left to the doctrine and to the court's decision that refers to scientific associations. And these associations are using the money of big pharmaceutical companies. So the question is whether these associations are objective in issuing their recommendations. What constitutes current medical knowledge is determined by a court-appointed expert from a medical court. That, very often, is also in the conflict of interest, just like this certain professor that was mentioned. Neither the expert nor the medical court should be indirect or direct beneficiaries of companies whose products they are to evaluate. And this is not often the case. The formal status of court rulings often does not correspond to the material status or objective status. The available institutions of substantive and procedural criminal law are not applied correctly. In practice, current medical knowledge is often determined by people who currently hold power in their hands. The results of scientific research often have no influence on what constitutes current medical knowledge. The need to go outside medical chambers with matters of current medical knowledge. Without that, we wouldn't be able to change anything. However, we can only go outside of medical chambers to the Supreme Court. And then I would postulate the need to free medical profession from the requirement to belong to medical chambers. These are the most important matters in this respect. If this is not implemented, then it would be difficult to enforce such things you do that are not based on using medical or pharmaceutical drugs. It would not be able to become the current medical knowledge unless the revolution comes from outside of from the other side of the ocean. So yes, these bad recommendations medications were mentioned that came to Europe, to Poland. Maybe Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will follow that because he announced that doctors should have to learn nutrition again. And I would like to wish all doctors in Poland to learn nutrition. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo dziękujemy za wykład.
Thank you.
Oczywiście, proszę bardzo, pamiątka tego, co tutaj się działo na scenie oraz nie unikniesz rzutu mięsem.
And of course you will have to throw the meat as well.
A tamtą stronę. Wow! Mamy to! Dziękujemy bardzo!
Thank you very much, Arkadiusz.
Dziękujemy bardzo! A teraz przed nami najważniejszy moment tej
The
konferencji.
most important moment of this conference, the first ceremony of this kind in the history of our conference, very important point for us, the event that hopefully will be reflected not only in the low-carb community, because what I'm holding in my hands is the inverted pyramid. Well, to be healthy today, you need to invert the official indications, health indications, the pyramid that the system is giving us for years. In order to do that, you need courage. You need knowledge. It's not easy, and well, just give it a try. Say something against the flow. Probably you won't meet any new friends. That is why it's so important for us to care and appreciate those who can and are able to speak the truth, that are brave enough to undermine the old paradigms about health, nutrition. This is what we do as Rodzeń Brothers Academy. By the way, speaking of academy, we have our hands full. And we're particularly proud of, well, actually what we talked about. The first postgraduate studies in Poland about low-carb therapies with the elements of metabolic psychiatry. The recruitment started already, and we are very proud of that. Another year of our academy's activities. Well, the Academy has its hands full not only in terms of its postgraduate studies, but also in creating science. The system needs independent, brave science, and this is what we're going to be doing as an academy, as the academy. So right after the conference, we're rolling up our sleeves and we're starting to design the first clinical trial in the history of our academy. And I'm sure that thanks to the experts and thanks to your engagement, this clinical trial is going to be successful. We're going to announce joint success of the academy. The system needs documents, needs tables, needs trials. We will provide those. And now we would like to present a person who is going to be awarded with the first ever inverted pyramid. And it's an amazing person who is a pillar of low-carb style all over the world, the author of 750 articles and some dozen books, one of the most important voices against harmful nutritional dogmas. And I'm pretty sure you know who am I talking about. He needed to face the medical court, but he won. His works changed the way us, patients, look at low-carb diet. So the award goes to Professor Tim Noakes.
Conference attendees, as you heard, my name is Tim Noakes, and I'm here in Cape Town, South Africa. And I've recorded this in the offices of the Noakes Foundation. And the reason I'm standing here is because of these two stained glass windows. And the story is that Banting, who was the man whose ideas about nutrition would follow, who was a funeral director in London in the 1840s, and who wrote the famous book that started many of us on this journey. So it turns out that just before the company closed, about 10 years ago in London, a South African was working in the company. And he was given these two windows as a present for leading the company as the company closed. And when he came back to South Africa, he contacted me and he said, would I like these two windows? And I said, absolutely. And so we built them into this building. So that's the link between myself and Banting and the low carbohydrate diet. And we're now just going to go next door, and I'm going to speak more about my personal journey, and then thank you all for this incredible honor that you have given me. So here I am sitting at my desk in my office in the Low Foundation, and I thought what I would do is show you my career and how it was influenced by so many great people in the low-carb movement. So I know that you're honoring me, but what's really important is that I don't stand alone. I was influenced hugely by very many people. And what you find in the low-carb community is that all the people who've gone before us are the real mavericks, and they stood up for what was right over what was convenient for them to say. And so I'm really proud to be recognized as one of those people, but please understand, I'm just one of many really, really important people who have done this and have risked everything by going against the grain because they knew what the truth was. So my career can basically be broken up into two different stages. In the first stage, I studied sports science and particularly was interested in running, and I wrote this book, Law of Running, in which I stated that carbohydrates were essential for everything, to make you healthy, to make you run faster and better, and everything that I could possibly have said that was wrong, I wrote in this book. But fortunately, I've revised the book, and in a year or so time it should be out, the fifth edition, in which I've corrected all those errors. But what happened to me was I went out for a run one morning, I came back and I had a terrible run. And on my emails, I opened the email and there was adverts for this book. And that's by Eric Westman, Stephen Finney, and Jeff Ehrlich. And they were three people who I knew were very good scientists. And I thought, I saw the name Atkins. And I said, my God, how could they have told out Atkins? Because of course, he was the guy who said we should eat saturated fat, and he's killing us all from heart disease. How could they possibly be interested in him? So I went down to the bookshop and I purchased this book. And I read it, and within 3 hours I decided, oh my God, everything I said in Law of Running was wrong, and everything I've been saying for 53 years was wrong, and it was time to change. And so I started reading, and I immediately came across this fantastic book by Gary Taubes, Good Calories, Bad Calories. And that made me realize that here was someone who researched and looked at remarkably well. And when I read that, I could not believe the misinformation that I'd been taught in medical school and which was being taught to students all around the world. So that book then led me to Atkins' book himself. And this remains one of the best diet books ever written. Amazing book, amazing man. And he was, of course, demonized and still is for promoting a saturated fat diet. But he happens to have been right, as we know. So through them, I then learned about Banting. And for some reason, I haven't got Banting's book. Yeah, with me, I couldn't find it in my library. But from that, we wrote this book, The Real Meal Revolution. We used the word Banting as the Banting diet. And then that became known throughout South Africa as the Banting diet, the low carb with the Banting diet. And it was really interesting because I called it the low carb diet, but the senior editor, Donno Proudfoot, who had the last say on what we called it, he said, no, we would call it Banting. And that was great. So it then became well known in South Africa as the Banting diet. The problem for me was that then caused a furor at my university, and they got very unhappy with me, and the Health Professions Council got even more unhappy. How could you promote grain? I mean, that was against all the industry, and therefore I had to be publicly humiliated, and there was a whole process went on for 4 years. And it started in 2014, and literally within a month of it, the problems against me starting. I read Nina Teichel's book, The Big Fat Surprise, and she couldn't have brought this book out at a better time because it came right at the time that I was being threatened with all sorts of things by my profession. And when I read this book, I realized, oh my God, again, it's all misinformation that we've been taught in medical school. So finally, we went through the trial at which we won 13 decisions to 0. We completely annihilated the prosecution. They were absolutely hopeless. And it's well described in this book, The Real Food on Trial, which I wrote with very good Torah. And that explains everything that happened to me and why we won the trial. So I suspect that it's on the basis of this book that I've been given this award, which I'm incredibly thankful to you all for, because standing up for your beliefs is tough. And you may wonder, where am I going to put this beautiful statue that you are going to give to me? And the answer is it's going to be right here behind me, and it's going to join the only other award I've ever received for promoting low-carb diet. And this is this beautiful castle, or bull probably, that I was given on the 15th of March 2019 from the South African Feedlot Association in recognition of my contribution to the red meat industry in South Africa. So to reside here with some other very special displays of other great moments in my life, helping people do other important things like swimming at the North Pole and in the South Antarctic. So again, I wish I could have been present with you today, but I really appreciate this award, and I look forward to one day meeting with many or some of you. But what I wanted to say is that this award is not just to me, it's to the low-carb community, because we stand together and we make a difference to the world, and ultimately we will win. I think we're on the verge of big changes with Secretary Kennedy changing the food pyramid in North America and completely reversing it, as we have done with our diet advice. So that proves that we're correct, and we've always been correct, and we must just keep pushing forward. And thank you again. And best wishes for all of you. It's tough to be by yourself and fighting for change, but you're doing the right thing. And just have courage and believe in what you do. Thank you very much for this incredible honor.
Profesor Tim Noakes, prawdziwy autorytet. A my teraz mamy
Thank
przyjemność
you,
przedstawić
Tim Noakes.
kolejnego
And now another award winner, laureate, is absent, so we will award it to Professor Dorota Wojko, psychiatrist, psychotherapist, academic professor. One of the first in Poland. She conducted connection between mood disorders, insulin resistance, and diabetes. We will record how we award her the award. She will be also supervising our postgraduate studies. And the person who is with us, you know her or him. We would like to award the inverted pyramid to Georgia Eid.
Ty wręczasz. Georgia, ta nagroda jest dla ciebie.
Georgia, this award is for you.
Dziękujemy bardzo za wkład.
Thank you for the contribution, for the knowledge, for your passion you share with everyone. And this is the reward.
Words, you of course can, but if not, you don't have to talk anything. Dziękujemy również. Brawa dla
Thank you, Georgia.
Brawa. I słuchajcie, kolejna osoba
And listen,
bardzo ważna,
another
która
laureate, very important one, who is brave enough to speak the truth.
Nina Teicholz, zapraszamy
Nina Teicholz,
serdecznie.
please join us here on stage.
Powiem tobie, Nina, że nie znam drugiego takiego
Nina, I don't know any other journalist brave as you. Thank you for what you're doing for us.
This is for you, Nina. Thank you for your courage and all you do for us. Thank you again. Nice. Yeah. Thank you very much. Ale następnej osobie
The next person is going to probably say something. We force this person to do so because he's getting better and better at public speaking. I will repeat, if not Damian Dyńka, the Polish science about low carb wouldn't be present everywhere, wouldn't be talked about. So Damian, please join us here. Thank you for your independent thinking. We will remind you that Damian was offered by the system. You can choose write your PhD or you choose cooperation with the brothers, and he chose us.
Damian, to jest dla ciebie za odwagę
Damian,
i
this
za
is for
szerzenie
you,
prawdy.
for your bravery, for telling the truth. Couple of words. Thank you, brothers. I am really happy and gratitude I feel. And this is a symbol. The pyramid is a symbol of courage, of looking at science in a different way, not to follow the same paths as others. Think of how they both. Thank you to the brothers and to their foundation, because without them, our publications, our scientific work wouldn't take place. I'm really happy that I can stand here in front of you with great, prominent speakers, globally renowned. Thank you.
Relaksuj się, odpoczywaj. No i ta jedyna twórczyni niesamowitej
now a woman of this medical field. If it wasn't for her, then we wouldn't have any reason to talk about metabolic psychiatry and the crazy idea of reversing mental health with food. Shebani Sethi, please join us here. Big round of applause for her.
Shebani Sethi, dziękujemy bardzo za
Shebani, thank you for your work, and we hope that together we will create a clinical trial that will affect metabolic health of millions of Poles. Would you like to say a couple of words?
Thank you very much. I will help you. We will help you and then, okay.
Thank you very much for this award. It's an honor to be here and very exciting that this is all happening and that you guys have done such an amazing job organizing this and creating a beautiful community as well as an academic community as well. Thank you.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Thank you very much. Have a rest. Kończymy. Szanowni Państwo, doszliśmy do momentu,
Ladies and gentlemen, and now it's the moment where we have to start our acknowledgement. The moment in which we have finalized our another dream, and something happened, something that will change our lives forever and will change at least several people in this audience. We would like to thank you for your presence, for the fact that you are sponsors of this conference. We would like to invite all of the speakers to the stage because we would like to take a photo with you.
We will take picture together. Come on, Georgia. Come on, Nina. Come on, Shebani. Come on, Allison. Come on, Damian. We will do a picture. Come on, Alexander.
Alexander, all of you, all the speakers.
A my bardzo prosimy. Myślę, że fajnie będzie, jak wszyscy wstaniemy. Pomagamy za chwileczkę do aparatu. Poczekajcie. Dawaj, Karolina, chodźcie, come on. Obróćmy się w tą stronę. Stańmy tutaj. Come on, guys. Będziemy mieli wspólne zdjęcie, bo wiemy, że wielu z was przyjechało po wspólne zdjęcie, więc będziemy mieli wspólne. Chodźcie. We will do selfie. Turn around, this way, come on. This way, like this. We will do selfie. Chodź Damian, chodź Karolina, Peter, chodźcie. Come on, guys. Czy widać nas? Powiedz, ustaw nas.
Hopefully,
możemy pomachać do kamery, are all here. I największa konferencja na świecie.
And the biggest low-carb conference in the world is going to finish.
W tym momencie bardzo
Thank you.
dziękujemy wszystkim
Thank you all.
Interlude, dziękujemy wszystkim wolontariuszom
Thank you
za pomoc.
all. Thank you.
Teraz zapraszamy
all
bardzo do nas wszystkich
technical
wolontariuszy.
staff.
Chodźcie do nas wolontariuszom. Środkiem.
And
Chodźcie
please
wolontariusze,
make
chodźcie
room
do nas,
for
dawaj
our
muzykę, dawaj muzykę.
volunteers.
Lecimy.
We need
Chodźcie,
music,
chodźcie,
we
chodźcie,
need
chodźcie,
them.
chodźcie. Muza,
Join
muza.
us.
Dawaj, już śpiewamy, już śpiewamy. Dawaj, 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 dawaj.
Come on, move on.
Zapraszamy wszystkich wolontariuszy.
Brawa dla wolontariuszy.
All volunteers, please
Brawa dla
come
wolontariuszy.
here.
Chodźcie do nas, chodźcie do nas.
Join us, please.
Bracia, słuchajcie, dzielą się
Brothers share their knowledge in many different ways.
Chodźcie do nas, brawa.
projekt, który nosi tytuł
So this is the project, song project called Keto. So we would like to teach you this song.
Dawaj.
We believe that you can help us.
I lecimy, Arkadiusz.
Let's start singing.
Pomóżcie nam. Ej, tak choroby, kiedy tniemy węgle. Wedle tego żyjnie ze same wedle. Znikają choroby, kiedy tniemy węgle. Taki sekret, nie toniemy we mgle. Znikają choroby, kiedy tniemy węgle. Wedle tego żyjnie, że same wedle. Znikają choroby, kiedy tniemy węgle. Słuchajcie, czy mogę was poprosić o łapki do góry? O co chodzi? Ludzie mają tutaj mikrofony, ale widzę, patrzcie, wszyscy wzięli tu za telefony. Jaki jest to pomysł? Ja ten hip-hop tworzę. Ja mówię bracia, wy mówicie rodzeń. Bracia, 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 bracia. Ej, ja mówię low, wy mówicie carb. Low, 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 carb, low, carb, low, refren. Taki sekret, nie toniemy we mgle. Znikają choroby, kiedy tniemy węgle. Wedle tego żyjnie, że same wedle. Znikają choroby, kiedy tniemy węgle. Taki sekret, nie toniemy we mgle. Znikają choroby, kiedy tniemy węgle. Wedle tego żyjnie, że same wedle. Znikają choroby. Mały test. Dziewczyny, jesteście z nami, to pokażcie, jak krzyczycie. Chłopaki, mam nadzieję, że lepiej potraficie. Dobra, no to lecimy z pełnym gazem, zróbcie hałas razem. Chłopaki mówią, że wszystko jest po coś. Chcieliśmy podzielić się z wami takim utworem, że wszystko jest po coś i to jest treść tego refrenu. Jeśli słyszeliście projekt Keto Rap, serdecznie zapraszam, można posłuchać. Patrz. To co czujemy jest po coś. Dacie łapki? Nasze błędy są po coś. Tutaj wszystko jest po coś. Czy to będzie naszą mocą? Łapki! To co czujemy jest po coś. Nasze błędy są po coś. Tutaj wszystko jest po coś i mamy na to wpływ, czy to będzie naszą mocą. Nie chodzi o to, że nie będzie błędów, że nie będzie upadków. Pewnie nieraz wylecimy z zakrętu, więc nie naginajmy faktów. Nie musisz być idealny, nikt nie jest. Jak dusi cię życie, znajdź w nim dziś siebie. Ty zwrócisz, jak są upadki i zysk w biedzie jest taki, że wstajesz i od nowa jedziesz. Każdy dzień kolejną szansą, by tego spróbować. Jak się czujesz, patrząc w lustro, nie mów, że choroba. Żywieniem można docisnąć tak, by ją wycofać. Nie, że wszystko, ale wiele, zresztą sam to zobacz. Też dostałem leki do końca życia. Wysokie tętno i nadciśnienie. To czas, gdy wiązało mi się buty ciężko, więc zabrałem się za żywienie. Ej, łapki! To co czujemy jest po coś. Cała hala! Nasze błędy są po coś. Tutaj wszystko jest po coś. Łapki! Czy to będzie naszą mocą? Dawajcie! To co czujemy jest po coś. Nasze błędy są po coś. Tutaj wszystko jest po coś. Mam wpływ, czy to będzie naszą mocą. Żeby wprowadzić zasady, to jest jak skończyć z nałogiem. Jak już widzisz efekty, nowy pojawia się ogień. Chociaż życie nas będzie parzyć i będzie widać tu pot na twarzy. Nawet jak upaść na glebę się zdarzy, wstajemy, aby już na nowo marzyć. Mówi się, że życie jedno jest, to korzystasz. Tym bardziej nie ma co z żołądka robić śmietniska. Tu nie chodzi o to, by coś na siłę. Za darmo kilka zasad sprawdź, może skorzystasz. Ja wiem, że to lubisz, ja też. Ale najbardziej lubię się dobrze czuć, więc tak kombinuję, by jeść co smakuje. Wiem, że są opcje, więc naprawdę luz, łapki! To co czujemy jest po coś. Wrocław, nasze błędy są po coś. Tutaj wszystko jest po coś. Czy to będzie naszą mocą? Łapki! To co czujemy jest po coś. Nasze błędy są po coś. Tutaj wszystko jest po coś i mamy na to wpływ, czy to będzie naszą mocą. Zrobicie jakiś hałas? Ale definicją, słuchajcie, jest to, że oni nie wiedzą, co to znaczy co chwilę być głodnym. Robimy, panowie, jeszcze ten numer, nie wiem, co to znaczy. Dobra, tu będzie akcja, od której będziemy wymagać od was jednej rzeczy. Będziemy prosić was bardzo o wsparcie. Refren jest prosty. Nie wiem, co to znaczy być co chwilę głodnym. Nie wiem, co to znaczy co chwilę jeść. Za chwilę ogarniecie. Dacie łapkę do góry jeszcze? Patrz! Nie wiem, co to znaczy być co chwilę głodnym. Nie wiem, co to znaczy co chwilę jeść. Spróbuj, a zobaczysz schemat niezawodny, jakimi zasadami człowieku żyje się. Nie wiem, co to znaczy być co chwilę głodnym. Nie wiem, co to znaczy co chwilę jeść. Spróbuj, a zobaczysz schemat niezawodny, jakimi zasadami człowieku żyje się. System daje zalecenia, nieskuteczne to się nie zmienia. Licz kalorie, licz bo trzeba, pić na wodę, Matrix siema! Ale ja nie dam się i my nie damy się i wy nie dajcie się temu wszystkiemu zwieść. Wciskano nam piramidę żywienia, robiono nam krzywdę. Jedyna piramida, którą powinno być widać, to przecież jest ta w Egipcie. Małe porcje, często gesto, nie lądują już na talerz. Masz 2 tabletki znów do wyboru, pytanie, którą wybrałeś? Nie wiem, co to znaczy być co chwilę głodny. Dajcie łapki. Nie wiem, co to znaczy co chwilę jeść. Spróbuj, a zobaczysz schemat niezawodny, jakimi zasadami człowieku żyje się. Nie wiem, co to znaczy być co chwilę głodnym. Nie wiem, co to znaczy co chwilę jeść. Spróbuj, a zobaczysz schemat niezawodny, jakimi zasadami człowieku żyje się. I teraz akcja, o której mówiłem. Dawajcie wszyscy na dół. Wy też, dobra? Dawajcie na dół, dawajcie na dół, dawajcie na dół. Posłuchajcie, dawajcie na dół, dawajcie. Ale to tylko nie cała sala na dół. Dawajcie, cała sala.
Będzie!
Jak odliczymy,
Czemu nie nagrodzić
uruchomimy
dzieci
się, ale
młodych
jeszcze nie
czasów?
teraz.
Dlaczego mamy nie skorzystać z tego, o co walczyli nasi dziadowie? Więc jedzmy! Czemu nie sprawić sobie trochę przyjemności? Zasługujemy na nią!
Jest?
Możemy jeść wszystko! To nasze święte, niezbywalne prawo.
Co się dzieje?
Zawsze tak było, więc czemu to zmieniać?
O co chodzi?
Tłuszcz cię zabije.
Nogi w górę, 3, 2, 1 i... Nie wiem, co to znaczy być co chwilę głodnym. Nie wiem, co to znaczy co chwilę jeść. Spróbuj, a zobaczysz schemat niezawodny, jakimi zasadami człowieku żyje się. Nie wiem, co to znaczy być co chwilę głodnym. Nie wiem, co to znaczy co chwilę jeść. Spróbuj, a zobaczysz schemat niezawodny, jakimi zasadami człowieku żyje się. To! Nie wiem, co to znaczy być co chwilę głodnym. Nie wiem, co to znaczy co chwilę jeść. Spróbuj, a zobaczysz schemat niezawodny, jakimi zasadami człowieku żyje się.
Na razie nie hymn.
Powstało jeszcze coś takiego jak hymn społeczności Braci Rodzeń, słuchajcie. Ten hymn rozpoczynaliśmy nim nie do końca w tej wersji początek naszego spotkania, ale co panowie, to wy chyba dacie radę.
Lecimy, oczywiście.
To jest energia. Posłuchajcie, to jest hymn dla was, od braci, społeczności.
Jak nie wyszło wczoraj, to nie żaden wstyd. Z nami już od dziś tu można pięknie żyć. Jaki jesteś, przyjdź i zaśpiewaj ten hymn. Bracia Rodzeń Team, z nami można pięknie żyć. Jak nie wyszło wczoraj, to nie żaden wstyd. Z nami już od dziś tu można pięknie żyć. Jaki jesteś, przyjdź i zaśpiewaj ten hymn. Bracia Rodzeń Team, z nami można pięknie żyć. Zainwestuj w swoje zdrowie, to najlepsza inwestycja. Odkryj razem z nami pierwsze kroki do pięknego życia. 16/8, zasady codzienne, znikają choroby, kiedy tniemy węglem.
Jak nie wyszło wczoraj, to nie żaden wstyd.
Łapki!
Znamy już od dziś tu, można pięknie żyć. Jaki jesteś, przyjdź i zaśpiewaj ten hymn. Bracia Rodzeń Team, z nami można pięknie żyć. Jak nie wyszło wczoraj, to nie żaden wstyd. Z nami już od dziś tu, można pięknie żyć. Jaki jesteś, przyjdź i zaśpiewaj ten hymn.
Lecisz?
Bracia Rodzeń Team, z nami można pięknie żyć. Też możesz skorzystać, nasza taka jest misja. Nasza taka jest misja, wychodzimy z Matrixa.
Chociaż przez chwilę wytrwaj,
Straś na sobie
to iskra, co zapali do życia. Wychodzimy z Matrixa! O, o! Zasady na 8. Co? Zasady codzienne. Co? Znikają choroby wszyscy. Co? Kiedy tniemy węgiel?
Jak nie wyszło wczoraj, to nie żaden wstyd. Z nami już od dziś tu można pięknie żyć. Jaki jesteś, przyjdź i zaśpiewaj ten hymn. Bracia Rodzeń Team, z nami można pięknie żyć. Jak nie...
I co, bracie, robisz niespodziankę, czy nie?
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Dziękujemy wam bardzo.
Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy. Bardzo dziękujemy wam za obecność.
Thank you very much for coming.
To, co się wydarzyło, było czymś
What
niesamowitym.
happened was
Już dzisiaj
amazing,
zapraszamy was.
and we can
za
already
rok.
today
Dziękujemy
invite
wam
you
bardzo.
for the next edition of the conference.
Brawa.
Thank you.
Dziękujemy wam bardzo. A my idziemy się napić wody i zaraz
go to
wracamy
have drink.
do was za 10
I mean,
minut,
to drink some water,
Jesteśmy zaraz
and
tutaj
we
przed
will be
sceną.
back
Dziękujemy jeszcze raz.
in 10 minutes. Thank you very much. We will be available for you in front of the stage here.